She walks it loud like a thunderstorm, debunking myths with style and form. True crime, conspiracies, her game. Melissa Jade, remember her name. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Microphone fierce like a roaring lion, unveiling secrets people been hiding. True crime queen of the digital scene, Melissa's got you hooked on her screen. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. From murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. 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 She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Shay.
Hey, Melissa. Hey, everybody.
We're never going to catch up. So much keeps coming out. I feel like, oh my gosh, we're never going to catch up. And I'm not complaining, but like, I feel overloaded with how much has come out in such a short period of time.
I know. It's wild.
It's so wild. And I didn't peek. I just know of the one thing, which is the purchase of the Balaclava. And I'm like, oh, like it. So other than that, I know zero, zilch. And I'm like, goodness, like I don't even know how we're going to process all this information, but I will tell you the little bit that we keep getting. It's really starting to paint a bigger picture for me, and the picture is not looking good for Mr. Kohberger.
I know. It's wild.
It's pretty wild. Hi, Twitter lover. Hi, Beach. Holly, Harlot, watercolor loving dog. Which picture, Alicia? Oh, you mean the thumbnail? Hi, Charmaine. Hi, Bogart. Hi, Homer. Poor Linda. Mallory, Cicely, Neat Noodle, Gidget, Twisted Stitches, Michelle H, ATS, CB, Patty, Superfly. Let me see. Ash, Christina, Lisa. Lisa, I feel like it's been a minute since I saw you. Hi, Adam, Dana C, Kathy Joe. Oh, look, a squirrel. When BK was dealing with a neighbor, he spot on. Didn't he say, I'm here to help? That wasn't the neighbor. That was the night of the murders. Dylan had heard a male's voice that she did not account to be Ethan saying, it's okay, I'm here to help. Hi, Gia K. Hi, Tiffany. All right, so we're going to just jump right into it. Let me pull up our missing child for the stream. It's going to be an issue tonight, isn't it? Our missing child for tonight's stream is Christian Justice. He has been missing since May 24th, 2014. He's 11 years old, so this is a very old photo. And there's an associated child, and it says Kayla and Christian were last seen in the company of their mom. She has been since located deceased. Kayla and Christian may be traveling in a 2004 Burgundy 4-door Chevrolet Impala with Michigan plate CCR 1286, similar to the vehicle pictured. So here's our associated child, Kayla. She would be 17 years old. And here is the photo of the vehicle, similar to the one they were last seen associated with. So if you or anyone who knows information on their whereabouts, please contact the Detroit Police Department at 1313-596-5600 or Crime Stoppers at 1-800-773-2587.
Oh.
From his complex where he faked a break-in and then rolled up to put in cameras. Is that new? Because again, I haven't looked. If it's come out in the last 24 hours, I don't know. Like, or 48 hours, I don't know because I haven't peeked.
Yeah, it was the rumor that it was the actually I found those datelines on podcasts that I told you
Oh,
that
you
went
did?
missing. Oh my gosh, yes. I'm almost through the second one and I know why they pulled them out off.
Well, you want
Why?
to tell everyone so everybody know what we're talking about?
Okay, so I was like bugging the other night and I had to like run it by Melissa that I was just kind of going down like a rabbit hole and when trying to prove some information like if maybe one of Bryan Kohberger's family members had like tipped off law enforcement where that all started and it all like went back to Dateline. And so I've seen those episodes. Peacock went on there, couldn't find them. Went all over the internet, they're removed everywhere. And I was like, why is that? And I found the podcast and yeah, it's got like a treasure trove of stuff. It'd be really interesting to like review it, you know, but um they did state in there that like one of his classmates at WSU, um she came home and her home was like displaced and she
Mm-hmm.
felt uncomfortable and she called Bryan to come over and he helped install like cameras and
Yep.
apparently like she was worried. So that was like where I know I heard that from and I've heard it from other places too.
So
So
why
I'm
did they
curious.
pull those down?
I don't know. Oh, so there's they do talk about a lot of like the alternate like perpetrator theories. They talk about the Amazon purchase of the knife sheath and knife. They talk quite a bit about things that are, confirmed. I'm not gonna lie.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and listening to like the first episode, Melissa, they talk about one of the girls that was like supposed to be in the study group with Hunter Chapin,
Mm-hmm.
and she arrived over there around like noon, and they were supposed to meet at 12:30. He didn't show up. She said they called them, and they were over at like the Sigma Chi house, and he told her that he wasn't going to be there, that he thinks Ethan is dead, and that's kind of when they all started finding out. It was interesting.
I remember everything now that you've, mentioned all that. I'm like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But I
Because
didn't, it wasn't in the forefront of my mind.
I know, because we
Right?
did like a review on him. We got a lot of stuff out of it, but we were like, what facts, like, what can we, how can we validate a lot of this stuff? Because all we had was the PCA.
Mm-hmm. I could have sworn I screen recorded the second Dateline, but I can't find it. I definitely did. I do have the first one. Of course you did. I'm surprised they let you screen record it because a lot of times now when you try to screen record anything, it's black. Have you guys experienced that? It's black. Hi,
Yeah, it
Carter.
is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just put up a tripod and record the TV
I
player.
know, like old school burner style, like, oh hey, like I recorded this at the movie theater.
Right. And I couldn't actually find the ones to watch, Melissa. Like I found like the podcast themselves.
Right.
So it was just listening, but I was able to pick up on quite a bit. Oh, and they interviewed one of the guys that
Hmm.
found Bryan's vehicle that worked for the WS police officers. He found his vehicle on November 29th and he was talking about that and how he turned in the tip and stuff. It was really interesting to go back and listen to it again.
Why would they like, it's so strange for them to pull it down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. And hi everyone who came in. So we have so many new ones and I don't even know where to start. It's BS that they can control what we do. Yeah, fucking Amazon won't even let me screenshot my order. Really? I haven't experienced that yet.
Wow.
Hey Justin, hey Tess. He set up the security for her and then he also set them up so he could spy on her also. Huh. Hi Jen. All right, well, I kind of actually know where I want to start. The one thing I know about, and that's
Okay.
Balaclava.
Might as well kick it off.
Do you know which one it's in, right?
Yeah, it's in the hold on.
Oh my god, there's so many. Oh my god.
It's the state's reply with the self authentication records. It's at the top.
Okay. Now I associate the authentication records with Harlot because the last time saying like that's a good one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
now-
no, they did narrow down and pull stuff out of it, like from what I heard.
Okay, state's reply.
But I haven't opened them up. Like I just like saw a few tweets that like some of the stuff they originally had in here they weren't going to use anymore.
Records. Okay.
I think this one's really big. It's got a lot to it, and I've also heard people interested in the what else was it? Oh, some of the maybe the
Oh my
AT&T
god,
like
70
timing,
pages.
the timing advance records or something.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's the one with Harlot that I associate with Harlot. The timing advance records, not the self authentication.
Right. I was the one that was interested in the self authentication ones.
This is 70 freaking pages, man. We're never gonna get through everything.
Apparently, they include something that he did from DeSales on here. I've heard a project, and it's about crime scene stuff. I have not read it. I just saw it being a buzz on Twitter.
All right, let's see. So this is the state's reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine regarding the self-authentication of records in reliance. Okay, so all right, that's kind of all the same. So defense response, the Linda Lane footage. So it's about the relevance. Remember the last time we went through what each part was relevant in, and defense is like, oh, well, they never specified what specifically they are looking to use in the Linda Lane footage. They're not saying what specifically they're looking to use in this footage, that type of stuff. So Linda Lane footage, the 1320, the state would seek admission and rely on approximately 0.3 miles from the 1122 King Road, the crime scene. Video footage from around 3:29 a.m. showing the suspect vehicle in the area of the crime scene prior to the homicides. Then the 1330, same thing, but 3:30 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. showing the suspect vehicle traveling around the scene.
And I think for these, they're just stating their update as they were obtaining a certificate of authenticity. So that's what I saw they updated from those.
Right there. Yeah, actually, we know all of this because they already specifically stated all this. But Albertsons, 12:46 to 1:06 p.m. on the 13th, showing Kohberger, well, the defendant's vehicle and actions hours after the homicide. The Amazon financial records, purchase history, Excel data file that details Kohberger's subscription information and order history, January 5th, 2022, December 13th, 2022. He was provided it May 18th, 2023. Regarding click history, they're obtaining, they actually have the certificate of authenticity for Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. AT&T phone records.
They just provided all those authenticities.
Yeah.
Bagel shops.
Oh, okay. So then we don't need to go if it's just saying it's providing all the authenticity. Is there anything?
No, yes, there is. Hold on. Let me get through.
Because we read all of this.
Okay, so go to Dick's Sporting Goods, number 14.
So it's a the Corner Club surveillance, Costco, DeSales.
Oh, yeah, the DeSales stuff
Ooh.
was
Which be introduced to show Kohberger's knowledge of crime scenes. Okay. Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah.
So the relevance of this information is that Bryan Kohberger purchased a black balaclava from Dick's Sporting Goods on January 10th, 2022. This mask is the same type of mask described by Dylan that she witnessed worn by a male in the residence of November 13th, 2022. It's not looking good. Hi, F-Bomb Mom. Hi, Truth Exposed. It's not looking good.
That's nuts.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
And here's the thing. Are you going to find it? No, there's an issue because those search warrants, they never found a black balaclava. They never have that. Okay, so ask yourself, oh, well, that's not weird. I have a balaclava. Okay, can you produce it right now? Yes. Okay, that's the difference. They never found it for him. Hi, Texas Ranger. Hot damn. So the Discover records. Okay, DoorDash.
Yeah. Do you want to look at DoorDash? I'm kind of reading ahead a little bit.
Yeah, I can see. I kind of see with my eyes when it includes something. You know what I mean? Like you could tell certain ones do. So it's relying on DoorDash regarding a delivery to 1122 King Road at 3:59 a.m. We finally have an exact time. We finally have an exact time. This particular evidence provides a timeline of events for Xana Kernodle before the homicides and corroborates state's witness testimony. This was provided to the defendant on May 26, 2023.
I think
I don't know what you're talking about, Texas Ranger.
So there's definitely something that he purchased on line on number 22 with crypto. We'll find out what that is.
Early warning records, Allen financial records for Kaylee, ENS services.
A lot of them they're not using.
Farmers Insurance, Floyd's Cannabis.
It's video.
Forest Stacks. Grub Truck. Timeline, okay. Harbor Freights.
Not using.
Idaho Credit. Indian Mount Lake surveillance footage. No longer intends, okay. Joanne Fabrics. Leda County Sheriff's Office. Body cam footage. Leda County Sheriff's. Marshall's financial records. National Weather Service. Numeric bank records.
They pull quite a bit off.
PayPal, Venmo financial records.
So they're still going to use that.
PNC bank records.
Still using in the cell.
Pentel data. No longer intends to rely on. Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union for Kohberger. Specifics regarding the relevance of this information in the state's expert disclosure for FOA, Michael Douglas. Okay. His name keeps coming up. Petco, Rite Aid, no longer. Ross, no longer. Sunset Mart, surveillance. Relevant footage is taken on the 13th, approximately half a mile from 1122. State may rely on video footage from around 3:28 a.m. Okay. Sunset Mart. Target no longer relies on TikTok users. Shows Xana on TikTok application at 3:16 a.m. PST. 3:16. What about 4:12?
I don't know if that's a typo or if she was on it at 3:16 and never got off the screen. I don't know. but I have a feeling that may be an error.
Yeah, because what about 412? Like, I would think it would be 316 to 412 or something, you know, like the other show.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay.
I don't know. That definitely stands out. It's weird. Love some clarity on that.
Hold on, I'm just stuffing cheese into a Ziploc bag. 1 second.
I don't know what else would make sense.
Hi, Harper's Nana.
Maybe that's when
And
she first got on. They're looking at like what else she was interacting and doing, like at starting at that time. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe Ethan fell asleep and she just started playing on TikTok and they're looking at what she was doing the whole time, like up until death, you know?
yeah.
I don't know. That's just my thoughts. T-Mobile.
Under Armour transaction no longer intends to rely. Okay, the U.S. Chef Store, 1242 to 1244. Kohberger's vehicle after the homicides.
Mm-hmm.
Verizon. Okay, that's a timeline. Walmart no longer intends.
I'm surprised about that one because we heard a lot about a Walmart, you know?
Right. Okay, the DMV of Washington. Washington Trust Bank. Wells Fargo no longer intends. Winco no longer intends. WSU video surveillance. 5:28 a.m. to 5:30 showing Kohberger's vehicle after the homicides. WSU parking shows that his car was registered in the WSU system and had an active permit. And it doesn't violate Kohberger's due process. State is providing notice of the procedure that the state will rely on, and they intend to lay proper foundation. All right. So this, oh, okay. These are just the certificate of authenticities.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we don't need to read all of those. This is just their individual, like, hi, my name is XYZ. I'm qualified, you know, like attached our XYZ. Okay. The search warrant for Brett Payne giving the oath for AT&T. Well, okay. Age, name, device purchase information, email address, call records. Okay, that was the original warrant. Certificate of authenticity, certificate of... So this is going to be all the ones that did when we read it, and it said they're pending a certificate. They're just showing all of it and attaching all of it.
Yeah, we can like go through the AT&T one. I think will be more in there.
Well, this is just what they're asking for.
I think what is that?
This is the receipt for the 13th, Chase Bank. Reprint date on the 14th. Hold on, let me just flip it.
It's a Corner Club, probably receipt, right?
Yeah, Corner Club. For Kaylee, $33.40. 9 well vodkas, 2 add juice, 1 $4 pint. What's well vodka?
It's just like house vodka. It's the cheap stuff.
Okay. Certificate.
Okay. Ooh.
Bryan Kohberger, professor, arriving at the crime scene.
Interesting.
The first thing to be done is block off the crime scene. Hold on, wait. Oh, Oh, Bryan Kohberger, Professor Dave Seep. This is on May 5th, 2020, and this is his work. Okay. So, crime scene scenario final. This is from Bryan Kohberger, guys.
We should do a comparison to like stuff we know from the, what we know of the scene too.
Yeah. So,
This will be interesting.
oh my God, that's so crazy. And to say, oh, well, he's not competent, fuck out of here. Arriving at the crime scene. The first thing to be done is block off the crime scene in order to avoid crime scene contamination. So this is if he was one of the good guys. Keeping people out of the scene minimizes evidence contamination, though many may be curious to see what occurred. The theory of transfer states that we bring something with us to the crime scene and take something away, thus skewing the crime scene from the original state by contamination. This is because the original state of the crime scene was left by the criminal suspect. A lack of contamination allows the scene to be a snapshot in time. The curious must be noted and immediately evicted from the scene. People to be kept out of the scene include unauthorized civilians and any more than the absolute minimum number of law enforcement agents and forensic crime processors. Waiting for backup to arrive, I should stand guard at the scene, preventing these unauthorized people and even holding back eager officers from entering the scene. I must call my immediate supervisor and inform them of the deceased white female who is approximately 35 years of age. I must obtain, this is so creepy, I must obtain an initial search warrant to search the scene. Failing to do so will mean that evidence is inadmissible. Ooh, I'm sorry, but it's just so crazy. This is another reason why holding personnel from entering is key. The coroner must be called in order to pronounce the woman dead, and EMS should be called if they were not already called by the patrol officer 15 minutes earlier, as they would have provided emergency care if the woman showed signs of life.
So y'all are telling me,
What?
Okay.
What?
I mean, this clearly shows he's competent.
He's competent is right. Oh, he can't communicate. He could barely fucking write. Fuck out of here.
Oh my God.
Sorry, but F out of here.
All the F's.
Mm-hmm. So he said, this would have been important for many reasons. Her livelihood is one reason, but from the stance of a patrol officer or criminal investigator, she may have given a dying declaration of her attacker when informed of her impending death. Forensics services are next on the list to call, as they are best equipped to handle the evidence and process it and ensure that there is not any contamination. Their van also contains the best equipment for forensic investigation. Our cursory search of the immediate area should be done, and any observations should be recorded in my field notes as to ensure the integrity of the preliminary case report. Officers who are not needed at the residence should ensure that the general area is searched for anything that stands out as well. This includes the area of the trailer park, which contains 62 trailers, which, again, guys, this was an assignment, so I'm sure they had an original scenario to base this off of. But I think he freaking was reliving knowing what the whole procedure would be. Like, I think he was probably turned on by this. He knew everything that was going to happen and to watch it all play out.
Sick.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
It's crazy.
This is the crime seed scenario. Wow. Okay.
You want to read it?
Yes. If there is anyone in the trailer, they should be moved out and questioned. Does she have kids? I should gather the following information in my notes as the investigation commences, which will later be included in my preliminary case report when the details of the case culminate. The offense, the time of day, date, and approximate time of offense, if known, identification of the victim, the location of the offense, the method of operation, if known, and the identification of the officer. Since the offender was not there, I would be unable to record this information initially, and the specifics of the crime won't be known until confirmed by the crime lab. Wow. Getting the approximate time is important and can be indicated by rigor mortis, which sets in at about 12 hours, or putrefaction about 10 to 20 days. All this information will aid me as I attempt to reconstruct the scene of the crime based on the evidence location. Sorry. Yeah, evidence location in relation to its former known position. Now, the forensics geek in me is very interested in this, Melissa. um, Equipment I will have on hand for the investigation. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready for Oh Lord. Okay, to be prepared for the crime scene investigation, I must ensure I have a crime toolkit containing the following: a 35mm camera or digital camera capable of videotaping with an adequate supply of film and power, a portable lighting system to ensure quality photographs and that I do not miss or step over any evidence, assorted steel tape measures that can reach at least 25 feet, a ruler or another measurement marking devices, latent fingerprinting equipment,
Hmm.
gloves to protect the scene from contamination. Why do I keep seeing contamination a lot?
Mm-hmm.
This will enable that I avoid leaving my latent fingerprints. Forceps and small tweezers and a pair of scissors. A small saw to take evidence, for example, drywall. Filter paper or small swabs for liquid evidence or trace evidence. Various evidence containers for liquid and solid evidence. See, guys, you know he knows what's going on in his
Mm-hmm.
case. Oh my gosh. No wonder he's always like, Capel, Capel, Capel. And Anne's still, I hear, bitching about the amount of data to go through. Like,
It
she's,
is a lot.
it is, but I mean,
It's been years.
but hold on. How hard is it to like really just give your alibi and your ass could be out
Right.
of there?
Because she has to look for loopholes.
Right. Anyway, sorry. So after the saw, they said filter paper, small swabs, various evidence containers for liquid and solid evidence, paper envelopes for physical evidence, evidence tape to seal off the evidence containers, casting material to make molds of possible footprints around the perimeter with a rubber container for the mixture. A magnifying device should be kept. Crime scene tape for the scene. Here we go. Protective clothing, boot covers, eyewear, fiber-free overalls, face mask, hair nets, gowns, and anything that will prevent me from contaminating the scene with things I bring in with me.
You guys, if he mastered this from the outside in, if he
Mm-hmm.
knew how to prevent contamination as the officer, he would know how to prevent the contamination as the killer, right?
Right.
It's fascinating. Maybe Wendy. Wow.
Mm-hmm. A blue light with yellow glasses, which makes small trace evidence more visible, can be used to ensure that a photo is taken of all evidence. There could be a very small amount of blood somewhere, which wouldn't have been sampled, documented, or photographed otherwise. Entering the home for crime scene documentation and initial photography/videography. I may enter upon judicial approval of the search warrant and should do so with the minimum number of personnel. Having too many personnel evident in the photography may put the integrity of the evidence into question and taint the scene. A contamination list should be made, documenting every person who enters and exits the crime scene and why. This includes first responding officers, firefighters, EMTs, family members, criminal investigators, and all crime scene personnel. Now, why does it just like give me like in my mind, and I'm sorry to say this, but I like feel like he's got like these buddy vibes, like I get to be
Mm-hmm.
part of my defense, you know?
Yeah. And Edmund Kemper, you know?
Right?
Well, not so much as part of the defense versus the hunt, the
The
investigation.
hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see a mix there, yeah. So still there should not be many people in the crime scene, otherwise contamination will be increased as the theory of exchange inevitably manifest. I must ensure that myself and my fellow crime scene personnel are wearing gloves and other protective equipment as to avoid contaminating the scene with latent fingerprints. Ah! All right, here we go again. A fiber-free boot cover would also be ideal to avoid leaving physical footprints or any residue from the boot. Like we thought.
Yep. Oh, it's all making so much sense.
Oh my God. No wonder they're like, excuse me, DeSalle said they're gonna cooperate. And we gotta show you this. We're not dealing with Timmy that can't write from like second grade. Like he's full on in
That's what they're
plan
trying
mode.
to say, guys. He can't even write, okay? He cannot aid in his own defense at all. Out of here.
Like,
Okay,
don't
okay.
even play me. All right.
Well,
Eh,
I
go
highly
ahead.
doubt that. Well, maybe like for, like example scenarios, but I don't think he would get it from in the classroom. You know what I mean?
They have a crime lab there. It's if did he have access to it?
Mm-hmm.
He is a TA.
Yeah.
Hey, MK.
Hi. I was telling them how, like,
Hi.
just last night, I'm obsessed with these Dots pretzels that I've tried. They're Parmesan garlic, and I eat them with boar's head pepper jack cheese, and I have a tummy ache. That's the ones I'm eating, F-bomb mom, and I have a tummy ache from how much I've been snacking on it. Okay. But for anyone who hasn't tried, try it. And Amazon sells a 16-ounce bag for $5. So just sidebar that. Just know I'm helping you guys out. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Help me help you. All right. All right. Anything that is fiber free and covers the mouth, hair, and overall body would be helpful in avoiding crime scene contamination since hair, saliva, skin cells, and other bodily fluid or cells may be added to the scene, thus contaminating it. Fibers can be left via the theory of exchange and would contaminate the crime scene from its initial state as the offender left it. Even if we can't assume that there was an offender despite seeming obvious, preventing contamination is an important way to ensure the integrity of the investigation and evidence. We should always treat the crime scene as if there is indeed a criminal homicide, as to not miss out on important details. That is how the crime scene is being handled. Lord. So, first thing for me to do is to take a coordinated series of crime scene photographs with a digital photography device or a 35mm camera from a natural point of view. This is creepy.
Mm-hmm.
This is like creeping me out. Is anybody else getting chills? I have full body chills.
Well, I feel like it makes so much more sense. Not that we didn't know this, but to see him write it in his own words, he mastered it from the outside in.
Like I feel like there's joy in writing this. Like it's almost like a stage, you know?
How do you know? Sorry. How do you know at 4? Bryan had trouble tying his shoelaces. Were you there? Like, just curious because we haven't heard from his family.
Maybe it's in the documents.
Maybe. And if it is, then fair enough. I haven't got to it.
I don't know. Who knows? I don't put anything past what they're putting out now, you know?
Oh, you mean the defense is going to allege the same way they're alleging he's not capable of aiding in his defense, but he was capable of grading papers, right? Running a classroom. There's always got to be them. Have a Dots pretzel. You'll chill out.
Have a pretzel.
Be open-minded. Come on.
Let's get creepy. These photos must be taken prior to the movement of any object in the crime scene to ensure that the photo captures the scene as the offender left it. You know he's seeing these crime scene photos and he's enjoying them.
Yes.
Oh, this reminds me of BK or BTK, you know?
Yeah.
Too. Oh.
I agree, MS girl. I agree. I feel like you totally sucked and planned this for a while. I 100% agree.
I feel like he was probably like obsessed with like serial killers or mass murderers and like took like a little playbook out of each
Mhm.
one of them and did something.
Me too, poor Lyndon. I've wanted to venture out, but I'm waiting to kind of go through all the documents so I know what's bullshit when I hear it. You know what I mean? Thank you, Kristen. Okay. Okay.
I really love to debunk stuff, so.
Yeah, we both do.
Okay, so I think it's where we should always treat the, okay, I read that. Okay, the photograph should be taken from a general view of the exterior of the home, as well as general views of the interior, recording the time and details of the photograph in my notes. Setting up portable lighting ensures that the elements of the crime are adequately illuminated for photographic documentation. You want to scroll down?
Mm-hmm.
We're on the next page.
So it says the photos should be in color as to provide the best, most accurate image, thus avoiding photographic distortion. The following details regarding photography should be recorded in the field notes and on the back of the photos if possible. Recording these details will ensure that the defense attorney does not attempt to devalue the quality of your evidence, which may make it inadmissible. Data to identify the subject of the photograph, but without too much unnecessary information, the location of the photograph, including the state, city, and street address, the identifying data of the photographer, including the name, police agency, badge number, and identification number, the case number if established at the time of dispatch, the precise time of the photograph, the date the photograph was taken, the weather at the time, the photographic equipment used, including shutter speeds, film type, and developing and printing techniques. Next, photos of specific rooms should be taken with special attention to the living room in which the deceased woman was found. As the coordination of photos is focused inward, specific components of the crime, like physical evidence, should be accounted for and detailed. These should also be logged in my field notes. This physical evidence should be photographed next to a measurement marker, which can be a ruler or any other easily comparable object of well-known size. The body and physical evidence to take a picture prior to collection from the forensic services and criminal investigator includes the deceased woman in the living room, who should be photographed under adequate lighting from a long view. Specific shots should be focused on the evidence of harm on her body and clothing, the bruises on her face, the marks on her neck, the bloody shirt, and any other signs of postmortem lividity should be photographed and taped without moving the victim. A measurement marker should be placed next to her. This will show if an offender moved the woman as to manipulate the crime scene. Does she have defense wounds? Are there hesitation marks on her related to the knife? Or are there multiple stab wounds? These must be photographed and taped. So even in this scenario that clearly, I don't know if the professor gave them the specific scenario. Here are the details. Here's what happened. How do you handle this crime scene?
What?
Yes, thank you, Big Star. Thank you. Yeah, so it's just interesting, though, it happened to be the knife.
Wow. And the way they're describing the wounds, the bruises, the blood. Oh, I was like, girl, you're going to make me throw up. I was eating some cheese.
Which, this makes sense for his assignment. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't unusual for his assignment, but knowing this is what he was studying makes it creepy.
And you also got to think his sister was in a film the year before the murders about a college girl getting killed. It's crazy.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, it says
there's a lot of weird coincidences.
There's too many at this point. I don't believe in coincidences like this. Is the mark on her neck related to the hanger near her? A hanger? The photographs make it sure that these items were indeed present at the crime scene. Most of these questions are speculated until absolutely confirmed by the forensic medical examiner, who can use scientific equations to determine the approximate time of death. This is a maxim that stands even when the scene seems to be pointing to the obvious. The time of death is never entirely accurate, but the photographs can aid in this process as they capture phenomenon such as rigor mortis or putrefaction when the woman was found. The knife should be photographed under adequate light, and a marker should be placed next to the knife to give the best photographic representation of the evidence. The misshapen coat hanger should be photographed under adequate light, and a measurement marker should be placed next to the evidence. The upended furniture and children's furniture should be photographed firstly from a long view, and then focus specifically on each piece of furniture under adequate lighting with a measurement marker. All of this should be well documented in field notes and on photograph. Is there a sign of forced entry in the home? This would be evident by broken glass from windows and pry marks on the doors or windows surrounding the house. This should be photographed, videotaped, and documented. If there is not forced entry, it would be suggested that the woman knew her killer. A video camera, a video camera will be used as well to go over all the evidence which was photographed. Documentation of the video evidence should also be filled out and recorded in the field notes. The crime scene. I know.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Crime scene sketch occurs after the scene was initially searched, photographed, and videotaped. The sketch is of great value in criminal court. This sketch should first be done in pencil to ensure that the sketch accurately portrays evidence and measurements pertaining to the crime scene. The final version will be done in non-perishable ink via pen. It's so crazy.
This is wild. You want me to go?
Yep.
The physical evidence of the crime, which includes but is not limited to the knife, misshapen coat hanger, furniture, as well as any other biological evidence like bodily material or fluids, should be drawn out and accurately measured proportions from each other and permanent objects in the crime scene sketch. I gotta grab a drink. 1 second.
Oh, I think
Sorry.
you gotta grab a drink. Okay.
Yeah, I had to grab a drink. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I felt like I was like about to cough. The final search and confirmation by the forensic processing unit and investigator will determine whether this was all physical evidence at the scene. New evidence can be added to the crime scene sketch when new measurements are taken. The distance from permanent fixtures should be accurately recorded and depicted. The crime scene sketch should be measured by the criminal investigator and accurately display the proportions of the physical evidence, and any inaccurate portrayal of the location of evidence can influence the juror perception of the guilt or innocence of the suspect. While you do not need... What if he meant to leave the knife sheath?
I was thinking about that as I was reading this, but I've never resonated with that theory, but at this point, I'm open to that possibility because would he leave a token behind? Actually, he seems like he may have.
Oh my.
I'm open to anything. I'm expecting to hear some crazy shit at trial.
Me too. All right. While you do not need to be an artist, the responsibility of sketching should be taken with accuracy and a goal for a clear portrayal in mind. Though I can assign another officer to sketch it, I have decided to take this on. A 25-foot steel measuring tape should be used to record these exact and accurately recorded measurements of the physical evidence and permanent objects in the house. Too much detail shouldn't be included in the sketch as to avoid confusion. Movable items unrelated to the crime scene convey details irrelevant to the crime and will be avoided. Extraneous detail, including movable furniture, may cause issues if jurors recognize that items in the house were moved after the fact. This would be equivalent to crime scene contamination and may render evidence inadmissible. The living room should be sketched out with the deceased woman being drawn in proportion to the knife. Coat hanger, upended furniture, and children's furniture, walls, and permanent objects in the house. Other rooms that are relevant should be included in the sketch. I've decided to use the rectangular coordination method, with 2 right angles being outlined in proportion to the physical evidence and permanent fixtures centering around the living room. A projection can be used to document biological trace evidence like bloodstains or physical evidence that imprinted on the walls. Bullet holes would be something that should be ruled out, and if bullet holes are present, they should be documented on the 3D exploded sketch before the drywall is removed via saw. Though it appears obvious that the knife was used in this crime. We do not know this for sure and should make sure of document everything and look for less apparent evidence. Wow.
Maybe he really was just that cocky and thought it was perfect and didn't realize his DNA was on that damn sheath.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interested in psychology and criminology because of whatever was going. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I agree, Harlot. It was already in him. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Jessica. She's just giving an update on Jordan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Even you may go or
go
sorry.
ahead.
Even if there was an item introduced to the scene by an offender to throw off investigators, it is not the job of the criminal investigator processing the crime scene to jump to conclusions. The crime lab will be able to decipher with scientific certainty what it is and is it not an original element of the crime. Staging is common. For example, the offender may have taken items from the house to make it look like a burglary turned robbery, which went wrong. The official crime preliminary report should include the accurate sketch with the following details included: the name of the investigator and identifying badge number, a detailed location of the scene, such as city, state, and street address. The living room should be noted as the center of the sketch. Do you want to answer it? Sorry. The date and exact time the sketch was first drawn in pencil, the evidence listing key, evidence listing or key which shows evidence as it corresponds to a letter or a marked indicator, the case number of the investigation, a compass arrow to give direction. Good Lord. The scale of the sketch should be included or the words not drawn to scale. Interesting. I'm choosing to draw it to scale where 1/4 inch equals 1 foot. The compute, because you remember they had issues with that 3D model being to scale or not to scale. This is interesting.
Imagine it's
What?
coming from him.
The computer aided design program CAD, which uses laser lights and takes up to 25,000 measurements per second in 3D, may be utilized if available for the scale of the scene is most accurate. I would request the CAD if available, for it gives the best portrayal of this serious crime, allowing for an accurate point of view and zooming of particular elements of the crime scene. The more comprehensive crime scene search using the strip search method. In order to collect evidence from the interior of the residence, I'll assign roles to officers on the scene, briefing them to watch where they are stepping and not act impulsively or without great care. Hasty actions will lead to valuable evidence being trampled and lost. The strip search method is what I've decided on, as it allows for the interior of the crime scene to be searched from one end to the other with more than one officer or forensic processing unit. The exterior of the property should be searched from one end to the other as well, switching to a grid search if necessary. Walking from one end of the scene to the opposite end of the scene, I will then turn around and cover ground to the right or left without stepping on the same spot twice. The rooms of the trailer should be searched in this method with special attention to the living room where the victim lies. Assigning a CSI or officer and myself to this section, living room, would allow that the scene is thoroughly checked. As I move from one end to the other, I will make sure that I shine my flashlight ahead of myself to ensure that I do not damage or carry away small pieces of physical evidence. Smaller items of physical evidence, including wood chips, hairs, paint flakes, glass fragments, or small fibers, if not careful, these may be lost before even accounting for or observing them. Okay, if new pieces of physical evidence are uncovered, I'll take note of it for documentation in photography, videography. Things such as footprints inside and outside should be prepared to be photographed and videotaped. I must photograph and videotape the new evidence as well as log it with the following information and account for it in the crime scene sketch: the time, the date of discovery, the location that they found that evidence, the name of myself or whichever officer, CSI, or criminal investigator discovered it, as this is a serious crime, I've chosen that specialized crime scene personnel will assist me. A description of the evidence, any identifying markers or identifying marks to further detail the evidence, the name of an officer who witnessed the find. This will ensure that there's no question that this was indeed an element of the original crime scene. This will save the investigator setbacks in court. That's interesting. Because Anne like didn't want duplicate like body cam footage shown from the crime scene. It's strange. So all the information that is carefully recorded regarding the crime scene evidence aids the crime report. Location of this evidence is very important, for it may give us the following information. Establishing the tracing of or identification of the suspect. Establishing the suspect's modus operandi, MO, or identifying similar MOs via information added to the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, from the completed crime report. Confirming alibis or exposing lies. Disproving the alibi. Oh my God. Loud. Okay. Connecting suspects to the crime or eliminating suspects. The identification of contraband, stolen property, and other illegal items. Identifying victims if they are not identified. For example, we can't assume the woman lives at this residence before confirming it. A dead body may not be initially tied to the residence. Providing investigative leads, for example, checking into the husband or boyfriend and the location of the children based on the crime scene evidence is warranted. Interesting. Providing a
And
statutory.
congrats, Jessica. Sorry.
Hey, keep Charlotte. Congrats. Providing a statutory element of the offense. Loading. The collection of items of evidence. Oh, this seems like you'll love this one.
The collection of items of evidence. Like the crime scene photography, larger items of physical evidence are taken first. This includes the disheveled furniture and children's furniture, cell phone and computer. If there, the knife and coat hanger. The body will be taken later by a CSI with a coroner for custody to wait for analysis by a forensic medical examiner trained to perform the autopsy. The knife should be examined for latent fingerprints to be logged separately. Same with the coat hanger, doorknobs around the house, upended furniture, cell phone, and virtually any physical evidence big enough to grab. Crimes of passion are rooted in emotionality and impulsivity. If this is the case, we can likely count on there being latent fingerprints on the doorknob or all over the knife and victim. Smaller.
What if you replace the coat hanger with the sheet here?
Yeah, I'm mind blown.
I know. Sorry, I needed to get some water. Thank you for reading.
Go hydrate. It's like the third time. Go hydrate. This is clearly taking a physical impact.
I ate that cheese and then I've just had the scratch in my throat. So
shit! What kind of cheese do you eat?
Some Colby Jack.
Wow, come to me when you're eating pepper jack. I'm literally eating pepper jack this entire life so far. You don't see me complaining.
I know, and garlic parmesan dot pretzels. I've heard all about it. And you're talking cheese in the chat while we talk about crime scenes.
I'm sorry. I can separate things a lot, so I apologize. But yeah, a Colby, I'm like that. There's no kick to Colby at all.
We're just talking crime and food over here, okay?
Crime and cheese, man. So it says smaller items of biological or trace evidence, such as hair and fibers from clothing, must be collected using metal forceps or tweezers as to avoid damaging this delicate evidence, which may hold significant value in the criminal investigation. Fingerprints and footprints are class evidence to be taken with molds or a fingerprinting kit. Fingerprints should be entered into APHIS. I should use a swab where applicable to collect fluids or skin cells which contain DNA.
And wasn't it a big deal how they were wanting that other side of the button of the sheet to be tested for fingerprints and stuff? Remember that? I remember them focusing in on that. I can't remember what all the back and forth was, but I remember that being brought up.
The shirt likely contains not only the blood of the woman, but the blood of the possible offender. DNA from biological evidence should be swabbed, placed in a vial, documented in notes, and on the container for evidence chain of custody, and included to be sent to the crime lab. The shirt will later be bagged and taken separately as physical evidence. I should make sure to swab under her fingernails to see if DNA of the offender is there. She likely dug into their skin. Is there evidence of sexual assault or semen present? This evidence should be marked, swabbed, collected in glass vial or cellophane bag. Is there evidence of personation? Did the offender take something, or did the offender display an excessive need for control over the victim as demonstrated by a possible sexual assault and murder? There are observations to be recorded, though not conclusively. During the searching phase, the evidence should be marked with the following information in the field notes and later in the evidence seal and packaging. I am choosing to bag all evidence and not directly mark it, for it will be sent to forensics lab. The size of the object, the physical nature of the object, is it solid, liquid? If the evidence is a liquid, it should always be kept in an airtight container, such as a cellophane bag or glass vial, and marked. Pause. Do you remember in Karen Reed, they fucking bagged it in like red Solo cups in a paper bag?
Yes, I'll never forget it. That's actually what I've been listening to all day is pretrial stuff.
Kohberger. King
Yes.
This is Kohberger in 2020.
This is from DeSales. This is in the state's reply to the defendant's objection to this. Oh, this is the self-authentication records. It's in there.
I didn't know if the shirt was on or off the victim.
But I wanted to go back up. It says crimes of passion. Interesting, because remember the mayor called this crimes of passion, and Brian's neighbor friend said that's what he brought it up. They're saying it's a crime of passion. You talk about like an ex-boyfriend, a scorned lover, you know, like this is very interesting. Guys, I find this stuff interesting in general, but because of where we're at right now and thinking of the crime scene, this is just mind-blowing me.
Right.
I don't think anybody could write one of these. It's not bad that he wrote it. It's just his...
No, not at all for being a student.
It's his mind state.
Yeah, it's knowing that this is what he was studying, you know?
Right.
So it says the value of the object and the number of like objects, the case number pertaining to evidence, the date and exact time retrieved, the initials of the person who marked the evidence, BK in this case. Oh, I got chills. This process should be done as many times as needed. It may occur up to 1,000 or more times. It must be counted accurately, and the quantity should be accurately recorded on the container. So packaging the evidence for the forensic lab, each item I collect, including but not limited to the knife, coat hanger, and bloody clothing on the woman. See, you're right, Harlot, on the woman, must be packaged in the proper way for forensic lab analysis. I must use separate containers for evidence, not mixing things up and causing confusion, no matter how daunting this may be. I must use new, clean packaging that was not previously used to avoid contamination. Obviously, blood or other biological evidence renders a container spent. Avoiding metal containers, which can be reused, is ideal to confirm the container is indeed disposed of afterward. The packaging must be sealed with a strong medium, such as a strong tape. Items of clothing need to be kept as is and not folded. I must keep evidence that was found in a container as it is and mark it. I must include a letter of transmittal to state what type of analysis must be done, for example, wound analysis, DNA, fingerprinting, even ballistics. Again, I must account for and log all of this evidence in the chain of custody form, where it was found, how, when, who's transporting it, and where the evidence in the locker is located. The woman must be removed by a certified professional and sealed, taken into custody by the coroner, and sent to the forensic medical examiner for forensic autopsy. This must all be logged in the field notes and initial crime report before compiled in the closing report. The crime scene will be surveyed if necessary, but the longer the time it takes to do so, the more the chance the crime scene is contaminated. When mailed, I must always send this evidence in registered mail enclosed with a secure receipt. This careful collection of evidence is all necessary for the crime lab criminalists to be capable of analyzing all elements of the crime, being that they rarely come on the scene.
Oh, wow. All right.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking, and I think he thrived in this mindset, and I think he learned how to commit the perfect murder from the outside in.
Yeah, like planning procedural. It's like a Dexter.
Yeah, this is like
And I told you, I don't know if you listened to my audio, but I mentioned something about the shower curtain thing.
what about it?
Remember how Anne said that like he changes his moldy like shower curtains often? What if they have proof that he purchases like a lot of shower curtains, but it wasn't because he was changing them out because they're moldy. He used them for like other reasons, like cover his car, different things like that. Like, why would you
I
buy
thought.
six?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying, like, they'd be like, why did you? I'm just doing an example. If he did, why'd you buy six shower curtains? How could you
Right.
use those all? And he, like, I change them often because I'm worried about mold.
I thought that there would, at minimum, yes, possible what you said, or at minimum, the state puts forward a theory that the car may be lined with the missing shower curtain or stuff. So Anne's already trying to cover her bases for it.
Yeah, but I want to know the amount of shower curtains. There just may look to a juror is going to be the finder of the fact, and a juror may think that's odd. I don't know. They might
Right.
think it's normal.
I think no pillowcases or no shower curtain is psycho behavior, but that's just me. Everyone's different. Hi, Sprinkle
Jeez.
Dog Nut. Maybe, but if you're gonna do a
Yes.
crime to this magnitude, like God, just pay the extra few dollars. How much more
You
expensive is it?
you can buy from Ross shower curtains for like $4.99, $5.99. Like they ain't much. Especially if you're just getting the liner. You're not talking about like the nice, one you put on the outside.
You could get them from the Dollar Tree.
Fuck yeah. All right, evidence chain of custody and inventory receipts. The careful description of evidence, when and where the evidence was found, and who found it are all related to the evidence chain of custody. All evidence must be described and then transported and placed in an evidence locker. The identity of the transporter and the location of evidence locker must be accounted for. If the evidence is taken out of the locker at the police department, it must be recorded who did so, why, and they did so. Sorry, I'm on the next one.
Oh, you're on the next one. Sorry.
Yeah. I have looked at the iPad. I got the side by side tonight. The knife mishappened wire coat hanger. Why did he say it like that? Oh, misshapen.
Oh, I read it as mishappened too. Dumb bitches we are.
I'm like, the knife, misshapen wire coat hanger, and any physical, biological, or trace evidence found must be accounted for, bagged, and sealed, and then kept in an evidence locker. Her bloody clothing should be examined as well, but this would infer that she must be moved and have items of clothing removed. This is something the Forensic Crime Scene Processing Unit should do. The bodies get moved by the ME. Okay. Anyways, sorry. If she had a cell
You'll
phone,
get minus 10 points for that.
I give you minus 10, Brian. You're kicked out. Kicked out. If she had a cell phone or computer nearby, this should be described, logged, and transported to the digital forensic lab or digital forensic examination. I was like, I was picturing like a Trump, you're fired, kind of thing.
You're fired.
And then his mom's gonna, no, sorry, I'm not gonna be a bitch. Sorry.
I like that, Kelly. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If she had a cell phone or computer nearby, this should be described and logged. Did she communicate with anyone? Did this communication indicate a conflict? Did her husband or boyfriend contact her? Did anyone else contact her? Hey, could you imagine if this is like, if he's the person and like he was reading like all of these conspiracies going around at the beginning of this and just like eating it up.
Yeah.
So this may help investigators look in the right direction if things turn out to be not so obvious. Again, We can't assume it was the husband or boyfriend just because there may have been a history of DV or a PFA.
Sorry, I'm agreeing with it. Right. It could be a Kohberger.
This, despite this being very common, also she may have children's furniture for nieces or nephews, so we can't even assume she had kids. When moved, all items will have inventory receipts which document the movement for the chain of custody form. All of this is for the accountability and integrity of the evidence and thus the proper outcome of the criminal investigation. Failing to do so leads to injustice. There can be a very clear link between victim and offender, but if this is not accounted for via chain of custody, then it will be inadmissible. Interesting. I got a link on your DNA, Kohberger. What you got to say about that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
you're
so
probably right on Silent Bob 420.
I definitely think he was active in social media. I want to see what comes out of that.
Yeah.
So, outreach to other agencies and immediate elements of the investigation. A lot of these inquiries would occur concurrently with the crime scene investigation. Does she have kids? The county records office should give us this information. If so, the welfare of the children should be ensured. Are we aware that there's disheveled items of children's furniture around? Where are the kids? Calls to be made to family members of the deceased would help narrow down locations. Calls to the clerk of court's office to see if there is a PFA out on the husband or boyfriend that should be made. The husband or boyfriend of the deceased woman should be contacted to establish an alibi. He needs to be immediately located and questioned. Well, yeah, there a lot of them were.
I don't, but I think he was he was monitoring. Absolutely. I don't think he was Papa Rogers.
I think he's possibly Papa. I definitely think. Huh?
No, you do?
Yeah, I definitely think he's the 4chan.
The account went active after he was arrested. Mm-hmm. You don't remember we showed this?
I don't, but I don't. I still think it's him.
How? How did it go active after he was already in jail?
I'm not fully on board that it's not him. I'm my biggest one that I think he was active on is 4chan. And I think a lot of the things that he was active on were sometimes not to be right. I think if he were on social media, this is my theory, I think that he would be on social media to see what people are talking about, without it being him. And I think that he could be different people and roles and on different platforms. And like maybe one persona gets things right almost, wants to correct people. But maybe another persona, Melissa, is more interested in like deterring and pointing things the other way. And I think the 4chan one was kind of interesting because I thought that there were just things that were said that were not known at the time to most and law enforcement, but I also think that there was a way to like point the finger to looking at like Sigma Chi, looking at this. So I think he could have been online and been a different persona on different platforms.
Okay.
I do think he was active.
I do think he was active. I don't think he was Papa Rogers. So two things, Teresa. This would have been the assignment before he ordered the knife. This was in 2020 from DeSales, which isn't unusual for a criminology student. Just eerie when you see it in his own writing, knowing what he's charged with. Two, for anybody who doesn't know who Papa Rogers is an account that came active in the major Idaho Facebook group. And they were the first one to really drop the mention of they have the sheath. And we found out after, yeah, they did have the sheath. And so speculation went wild because then the account, people archived all of those postings, and then the account it ghosted. It went dark. And people speculated it was Bryan himself, because who else could have known about the sheath? But Wolfie said they probably have the sheath. If they were able to come out and give us what the weapon most likely was, they had this. So I know at least there are other smart people who think like that, and maybe not me, but I know that Wolfie mentioned it to me. And so, but that account went active, and it was the same account, Nika, because, and I have a very old video on it, but it was the same account. Now, whether or not someone else accessed that account and it is Brian's, I don't know, but it
That's
went active and
I
it made a post.
yeah, that's the only one as I think that maybe that it was accidentally done, and that's just my thoughts on it. But I'm not 100%. Inside looking and outside looking were interesting on Reddit too. But I definitely feel more confident on 4chan. That's the one I've done probably the most research on and still do every night
Hmm.
because I find it very fascinating.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does have a, because we know, like, sorry, the
He
comment,
was using the
right?
VPNs, you know?
Allegedly, Annie says, yeah, we know both of them used Reddit, so that's not far out of the realm of possibilities, especially if he very much liked watching the fallout of his crime and the hunt. That would make sense. He was living through it.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's Papa
I,
Rogers.
I'm not counting him out. Like, I get it,
That's okay.
but I'm just not counting it out yet. But
Right. But
I do think that like he would find all this fascinating and want to compare what law enforcement's talking about. Like even now, probably even the position he's in, then seeing like what he wrote, I think he would be very intrigued with his case and active with it.
well, and Nika B, here's the problem that people do, and we all do it. We become confirmation bias. I'm sure everything compiled were the things that made sense. Did they include all the things compiled that he got wrong?
But
Because
I
Papa
think
Rogers got a lot wrong too.
but that would be but I think that that could be a thing that they would do. They wouldn't want to be 100% right to kind of hide themselves, but like
Maybe,
slightly. That's the way I was thinking.
maybe that's totally possible, and it's totally possible you got half your guesses right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm interested. I'd like to. I am curious if that is something we will get any kind of confirmation from in trial.
Well, put it this way: if they don't present it, it wasn't fucking him. It's kind of as simple as that. You're telling me he was active in these groups after under an alt account that they could prove was him and it wouldn't be presented in trial? Fuck yeah, it would. If it's him.
And I just avoid, and I always just think like, I, it's the little things that just are just kind of off with me with some of the stuff that was like being put out there. It was like on different accounts, even though like they didn't have everything right. They knew something that somebody else knew, and you would try to go research like, was that known to anybody? Was that a rumor going around? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard. You find yourself down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. A rabbit hole from a rabbit hole into a rabbit hole through a rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, is it still me? Yeah. All right. A lot of these inquiries would, okay, so this is outreach of other agencies and media elements of the investigation. A lot of these inquiries would occur concurrently with the crime scene investigation. Okay, I read all that. The kids should be located as soon as possible, and an Amber Alert should be set if they are not accounted for. Does their father even have rights to see the kids under normal circumstances, and did he take them? Neighbors should be questioned to see if the father was around or if any suspicious person was present. Um, I'm down to the next page.
Okay.
Anyone who normally passes by the scene, such as a mailman, should be questioned and an alibi established.
Oh, an alibi. The exact thing you don't have, Brian. Okay.
Thank you, babe. That's sweet of you. Thanks, babe. You brought me some pizza. The ranch.
What about me, babe?
Come on, get
I'm over
MJ
here
some
with just
pizza.
pretzels. Yeah. Send me some pizza and ranch. The Elmer Fudd.
You're in Pepper Jack heaven.
Well, now my tummy hurts, but I could totally go for pizza.
I love pizza. All right. Talking about anyone who passes by this scene, they should be questioned for an alibi. So where were the neighbors when this happened? Their alibi should be evident and supported. Did they notice anything unusual? Maybe the father was seen with the kids leaving the scene. This can be important evidence if the father is not responding and the kids are not located. An Amber Alert can be set based on the vehicle, plate numbers, and description of the father if applicable. Eyewitnesses and surveillance footage of the trailer park, surrounding areas, drugstore, which oversees the trailer, or nearby gas station can give us information on this crime. Surveillance footage is circumstantial evidence, but may lead investigators in the right direction and to the apprehension of the suspect. You don't say. If we can't gather conclusive information by the end of the investigation, the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, can help. VICAP may be utilized if this case happens to be unrelated to a domestic dispute. This may be the work of a serial killer, though this is highly unlikely. Interesting. Huh.
Mm.
Still, we are only looking at the facts of the investigation rather than conjecture, and we can only say for sure once the suspect is apprehended and the evidence is strong enough to say what happened with scientific certainty. The compilation of evidence in the preliminary report, progress report, closing report,
Wait,
and
did you read this
report.
last? Oh, okay, you did. Sorry. Wait, did
Mhm.
you?
Yeah, I just read all that.
I thought you ended right here.
I read all that.
Rather than conjecture and relative sure. Once a subject say what happened. Okay. Look away for 1 second to read a comment, and I swear you jumped a whole line, but it was me.
No, I do the same thing sometimes when I'm, I'm like, wait, where am I?
It's still going about this nothing but cake. I gotta look it up, truth. I gotta look it up.
I love nothing but cakes. That's what we get for every birthday.
I think he drove by to see what was happening at the house. Activity. Blunt
I
streaks?
I think he may have like been trying to possibly listen to the scanners and was curious why there wasn't any activity.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. No
Mhm.
vandal alert, nothing on the radio, nothing on the news. Curiosity got the best of him and he did a drive by. If the
Yep.
bodies had been found yet, probably chuckled to himself. Yep. Yep,
I
you're
think
right.
that this last part just says, my notes enabled that I wrote a thorough and accurate preliminary case report which contained all the facts of the case. I will need to update it with the progress report as we track down suspects and eventually create the closing and prosecution reports, which will be used in court if we get evidence of a specific person who committed this specific crime. The closing report will be the culmination of all the facts after investigation and lab analysis, which led to the most accurate reconstruction of the scene possible. What if, like, in Brian's mind, like he thinks like what all evidence should be present or be present, and he keeps going back to Anne and telling her like, keep asking for more. There should be
Yeah,
more,
he's telling her what the fuck to do.
more.
More.
Give me more cowbell, more evidence, y'all.
More
And then
cowbell.
the steps that I have listed will ensure that the prosecution report and closing report reflect a proper investigative procedure with full admissibility of evidence into court. All the notifications were made, and the evidence chain of custody and investigative procedure ensure the integrity and accuracy of the evidence of the crime scene. With thorough documentation, it is unlikely that the defense will be able to discredit the investigation and render evidence inadmissible. This clear information will allow the jury to deliberate based on all the evidence. Finally, adding the information to the FBI's National Incident Based Report System, NIBRS, will allow the FBI's Uniform Crime Unit, UCR, to give summative information of all applicable crimes to help police officers, criminologists, and criminal investigators understand the social trends of crime, thus aiding future cases.
Like your
Yeah.
own?
He's trying to be a Kemp.
Like your own set. Just saying.
Interesting. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Oh, okay. This is IR in the grand jury, affidavit of compliance, Pennsylvania, Dick's Sporting Goods for transactions. Okay. What this? What this?
What's
King
that?
Road, Moscow,
What is it?
United States. Jack in the Jack in the Box,
What?
which we knew, but like, Jack in the Box or Taco Bell. Oh my god, hold on. 3:59 a.m. 1122 King Road, United States, Jack in the
Whoa.
Box. That's it. Come on.
You got it.
No, but did she place it?
I don't know.
Did she place it?
I don't know. I need to know that.
I need to know. Can Wolfie do something with these numbers and figure out where, like what are
We
all
need
these
it.
numbers? United States,
King Scout.
King Road, Alaska, Idaho. 11:13, 3:59 a.m. When was it placed?
Doesn't say when it was placed.
What's this number? -117. Jack in the Box. Shit.
Scroll to the top. Shouldn't it have a columns of what the things are?
Nope. Oh wait.
Yeah, they're right there.
Okay, sorry. I'm getting excited.
This is the
Delivery.
DoorDash delivery information, guys.
Delivery ID, creator ID, subtotal $22.35, formatted address, street, city, state, zip code, country, exit point at, latitude, longitude, business name, dasher ID, time zone. Shit. Ugh. Delivery ID. Whose is it?
Apparently, I think the initials are MM.
No,
'Cause I've been-
not the DoorDasher. Who ordered it?
Oh, I don't know. I want to know. I'm really still curious about this.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
S9. Okay. Connected business. Kelly Pearson. DoorDash law enforcement representative on the 23rd. Shannon Glinsky, owner, ENS, grand jury. ENS services to law enforcement. Okay. The video, 5:25 a.m. is accurate. Okay. Records of custodian.
We do need answers, King Scarlet. This one, I will still keep searching about this damn DoorDash, looking for a nugget.
Will always. All right, this is the affidavit, certifications again, for all the places that handed over footage or anything like that. Affidavit of Gary Anderson, Sunset Mark video. Okay. It was in good and working order. T-Mobile. Okay. The records are complete. Due to complexities of telecommunication networks, the information contained in timing advance records may be subject to change. Identifier, requested item. Okay. We're probably gonna see more of that in the timing advance records. Verizon. $4G, $5G. iPhone XR, iPhone 12 Pro Max, iPhone Pro 12. Okay.
Ooh, it's a car.
This is the registration from the DMV. Title, registration, cover sheet. Original vehicle. Same owner, out of state. Damn, I wish there was a handwritten one. Okay, there's his handwriting. Like, not even a week after the murders, there's his handwriting.
We were looking at the Carfax report,
Yep.
and he put on so many miles so quickly. It just tells you like how much he like even like drove out of his way home.
Hi,
Here.
me Pete's. It is.
Amy Beats.
We need Wolfie to do those coordinates to see if it helps us in any way. Something. Okay, there's the Pennsylvania title. Okay. There's his handwriting again. 115,000 miles on the odometer. Transferring. This is transferring guys to Washington, which we knew about. And you see it was expiring anyway, November 21st. Well, November 21st, 2022. But then it was good for another 5 years.
Yeah, his birthday is November 21st.
Mm-hmm.
And always the, the numerology is kind of interesting too in this.
We got the color ID there.
6 foot, blue eyes, 185 pounds.
A bushy brow.
A uni. I'm just kidding.
I saw one single brow.
If the brows don't fit, you
Oh,
must
no
have quit.
way. Did he really? Beat it to it, Wolfie.
No way.
I was what? Dude, did he send it, Shay? Did he fucking send it?
You stop it. Let's go find Gray's thing.
Yeah.
Wolfie, which video? Can you tell us?
It wasn't Wolfie who said it.
Who said it?
I said, Wolfie, he beat it to it because I was calling out. Maybe Wolfie can do something with these numbers. And then Gray already did.
Of course he did. I mean, I'm going to go find it.
Okay.
I want to see it.
I want to see it too. Here's his handwriting again. No, I'm sorry. This isn't his handwriting. This is Washington Trust Bank. Affidavit. Okay, there's their certificate. Washington Trust. Transaction images. Okay, and that's where it ends. Woo! Oh my God. That was just one. An hour and 30 minutes in, and we got through one motion.
But I do think we got to, like, just hear, like, just his train of thought was so valuable. Like, I don't know.
Well, we got to watch this now. Oh, it's 20 minutes?
Well, we probably can fast forward a little bit. You know how he gets to talking. He likes to walk through the whole thing.
His lawyer, he is.
How the lawyer, come up. Hold on. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not that lawyer, no, Emily Baker.
Oh, I love Emily. She's my faves.
Damn it! I knew we could do something with these numbers. Way to go, Gray! You did it quickly. Good job. I wouldn't know how to do it. That's why I call upon Wolfie. Help me with these numbers.
I'll
But
drop
okay,
the video
here.
in chat.
This is basically what he did. He took the coordinates, okay, and the coordinates is what we just read on that page. It had longitude, and so.
And it shows where the delivery was made. I think when they place the item down, they take a photograph. The GPS coordinates are put on the order, and it was placed right there on the back porch. That's if it's an 8 after 721. You can see it on the screen right here. 721, and it looks like an 8. That was my first instinct to just type in an 8, and then 030 or 33. Those minute numbers don't make much of a difference at the end there, but that 8 does make a difference. If it's a 9, it's at the front, and 8, it's at the back porch. So that definitely opens up the door, and if it's at the back porch, that means he parked and would have taken some time to actually walk back to the back of the house, making it very possible that Kohberger ran into the DoorDash delivery driver, meaning he passed him or could see that he was there right as he was in the immediate area, not just on Malanta Drive. I think he continued to watch on Malanta Drive. Then he did his U-turn after perhaps he saw that the vehicle had left, but he drove by and looked again to just kind of make sure, and then he drove around that back way, and that's what led to the photograph of the missing front license plate. All right, now I am working on the animated version of route number 3, which is really
That's really interesting. So if that number is indeed an 8 after the 1, yeah, it looks like an 8 to me.
I'm gonna look at it again in the file.
As blurry as it is, well, here, I'll pull it up. Did I exit out of it already? I did. Hold on. Here it is. Flip it and reverse it. Yeah, that's an 8 to me.
Yeah. That's
Right here. And I know it doesn't let me zoom in anymore, but 7218039 or 33. But he didn't.
Do what?
You're supposed to get a Washington license within 30 days of moving there if you plan on staying. Dude, that, you know what, Amanda, because we just read, sorry, I don't really ever call her Amanda. So that felt weird. But we just read a whole playbook of what he wrote in 2020 from DeSales University of if he was the responding officer to a stabbing and everything that you would do. And it's like he knew it from the inside out. Like he was educated of how to handle all this, including the alibi, including who do you look at first, including the cross-contamination. And it's almost like, would he have gone as far as to put someone else there at the time of the crime? And we always been hung up on Xana received a DoorDash order. She didn't place the DoorDash order. She received a DoorDash order. And it would have been 3:59, and he made entry 15 minutes after that, like almost 15 minutes after that. 15 minutes after that.
And I think apparently the DoorDasher was a girl, right?
I don't know. MM, you said?
Yeah.
Which one do we see that in?
My God.
Well, which one should we go for? The text messages and Lemonade? Hold on. All right, let me just go for that real quick.
I think it would probably be in the remember that evidence, the what is it, the invalid or some of the vague stuff, or wait, hold on, contact and touch DNA. Let me see if it's in there.
All right, I'm going to read this real quick. So this is the state's response to the defendant's objection to motion in limine regarding the text messages. So the following phone records, November 13th, between 2:10 a.m. and 4:37 a.m., starting at 4:19 a.m. Dylan makes statements to Bethany regarding seeing an unknown male in the residence. The statements are immediately after she perceived this event. In addition, Dylan and Bethany are under the stress of excitement caused by this startling event or condition. So if you guys remember, they were going back and forth with those utter excitements and things like that. So 2:10, Dylan to E.G., the Uber driver, inquiring if he was driving. Not hearsay, not for the truth of the matter asserted. 2:13, the Uber driver to Dylan, confirming they were driving. 2:53, Maddie calls Bethany. 3:51, Dylan creates a new phone contact. 4:19, Bethany calls Dylan. The record of the call itself is not hearsay since it is not a statement. In addition, Bethany and Dylan should be able to testify regarding what was discussed during this phone call as present sense impressions. It has to fall under a present sense impression or utter excitement. 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. Dylan calls Kaylee. Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. They should be able to testify. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana. 4:21, Dylan calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls Ethan. 4:22, Dylan to Bethany, no one is answering, which is a present sense impression or excited utterance. Again, they have to fall under one of those two for it not to be hearsay. 4:22, Dylan to Bethany, I'm really confused. 4:22, Dylan to Kaylee. 4:22, Dylan to Kaylee, what's going on? 4:23, Bethany, outgoing message on Snapchat. Interesting. The content of the message would be a present sense impression. 4:23, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Bethany to Dylan. Shut the fuck up. Actually, 4:23, Dylan to Bethany. Like he had something over his head and a little over the mouth. Bethany. I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany. So am I. Dylan, phone is going to die. Fuck. Bethany, come to my room. Run down here. 4:24 a.m. Dylan calls Ethan. Dylan to Bethany. Bethany to Dylan. Dylan outgoing call. Dylan outgoing message on Snapchat. The content of the message would be a present sense impression. You know what that means? Do you know what that means, Shay? Do you know what that means?
What do you mean? Like what they were experiencing at the time?
That Snapchat message, yes, contains something about what she was experiencing at that time to someone.
Well, I think she's calling one of the roommates on it.
Well, that was an outgoing message.
Okay.
So whatever is within that message has to do with what she was experiencing then, which is interesting. Maybe it was to one of the victims. I don't know. We just know it's on Snapchat. Because in order for it to, remember how many times we read the definition of the present sense impression?
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be something related to what she had just experienced. So another outgoing message on Snapchat, 4:27, present sense impression. 4:27, Dylan calls Kaylee. Dylan calls Xana. Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Kaylee. Bethany calls Kaylee. Dylan texts Kaylee, 4:32. 4:34. What?
Maybe that's where they had their group chat at.
Maybe. And we don't know if it's necessarily outside of anyone in that house. We just know that it contains something about what she was experiencing right then.
Because, like, I was thinking, like, if she'd already tried calling them on their phone numbers, but what if they had, like, a house group chat, you know, on Snapchat that they would send stuff to?
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm going to call that.
Yeah. But we don't know. Well, it doesn't say she called on Snapchat, messaging right now on Snapchat. But either way, it could be to any and or all people in the house. Who knows? It could be a group message. Either way, though, the context of the message is a present sense impression, which is based, it means the context of that message has to do with what she was experiencing right then.
Right. I'm interested in that.
Yes. So Dylan texts Kaylee. Bethany access her Snapchat, 4:34. Bethany access Instagram, 4:37. So the state's evidence will show Dylan and Bethany went to sleep after 4:37. State asked to introduce the following phone records from the next morning from Dylan and Bethany. See, they start at 10:23. Defense is trying to get in all of it prior. I agree with defense on that. I think all of it prior should be admitted for the rule of completion. Not necessarily, I don't know if it's going to be relevant or not, but it should all, everything between the times should be included, in my opinion. Okay, so go ahead.
I think that I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I agree to know it all is important. What if that still provided like to the jurors as an evidence in whole, but maybe in the trial, because the where they're presenting certain evidence, they just go over, you know what I mean, certain parts. Because if not, you got to think of like we saw what Bethany called her parents. Like it just seems like a lot of witnesses, to get through. Like how would you be able to navigate that evidence and the
Uh,
relevance
only
to the
one
crime?
only one person needs to testify that it occurred, and those witnesses are already on the stand. You know what I mean? So they don't need to individually pull up each of those witnesses unless defense wanted to, and hey, well, what did
Right.
they say on this? But as far as we don't, I understand what you're saying, but unfortunately, that's just what they're going to have to do, because everything that happened between those times are important. You can't say, hey, the only relevance is here. You can't, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think they're definitely going to argue this pretty heavily in court. I'm not on any side of this. I actually really think that there just needs to be transparency and
I
let the
agree with the
witnesses.
defense on this one. You cannot say, hey, those are not important. How do you know they're not important?
Right.
It happened. It showed hours before. I totally understand why defense wants that in.
When they say state's evidence will show that Dylan and Bethany went to sleep after that time, I want to look at it in comparison to what the one they did last time was, real quick, because I do find that a little misleading of the state.
Yeah, they did.
Mm.
And it's going to cause, and when I say an issue, you guys, I don't know, come trial, we know what defense will do, but I'm saying, like, at least in the scope of the public opinion, it causes it to be messy.
Right.
Well, the jury can only decide what's important based on what's presented, and that's what we're seeing argued, what is going to be presented or not, and exactly, if it's not important, okay, let the jury decide that. But I think to say that, hey, anything that happened between these two critical fucking times, these parts aren't important, I don't think that's fair. Rule of completion, it should be all in if the defense wants it in. So 10:23 a.m., Dylan to Maddie, are you up? Present sense impression. Dylan to Kaylee, are you up? 11:29. 11:49, Bethany, phone call to JM. 11:56, Bethany called a 911.
Huh. What time did they say at the top that they fall asleep?
It says after 4:37 a.m., which could be true
That is
even if
the
it's an
gap.
hour or 2 hours later. It's just after 4:37.
So I have it open on the other side. So 4:37, Bethany access Instagram, and then the one right underneath it says 7:30 BF calls dad. So that is the time
Yeah.
gap.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. But
Right.
that's what you're saying. Like now we got the 7:30 to the
Right.
10:23 that's
Right.
just looking
Right.
naked here. And that shouldn't
Exactly.
use that
And
term,
you
but
can't just kind of jump from that to 10:23. No, they were up, and that should be, whether or not it was completely innocent or not, it should be presented. I don't blame I think that's only fair.
I think a lot of this needs to just be handled through the cross-examination, but the evidence itself, I do think the context of what the phone activity was is only fair for the defense to be able to show it all.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. So the above records are not hearsay. They do not need to be analyzed applying the present sense impression or excited utterance exceptions. Also, other communications and interactions on social media during this time frame is irrelevant for the purpose of this court making an admissibility determination. Regarding Dylan and Bethany, other communications, Kohberger will have the opportunity to cross-examine them at trial. Okay, fair enough. So the state respectfully, okay. So the phone records for Dylan and Bethany and any statements made between Dylan and Bethany, 4:37 a.m. prior to approximately 4:37 a.m. on the 13th. Okay. Oh, they will. And I think they have the right to do that. Now, again, whether or not it will lead anywhere is a whole nother argument, but should they have the right to? 100%. They should. I do believe they should. Okay. So now I'm going to do the 911 call. All right. You could start here. I'm just like all the repetitive stuff I'm just skipping over because we've read it 5 freaking back and forth times already. Where'd my pen go? Okay. So go ahead.
Okay. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I just hit my leg. I got that other document number from Harlot earlier. That really, really hurt.
Thanks, Harlot.
Hold on, I'm pulling up my side by side. I was running back to the
That we know of for yet, Nika? Dylan. No. No. Hunters. That we don't know of, possibly. Kohberger's family member if they gave him up.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think Hunter, for sure. I mean, the surviving roommates. Oh, the DoorDash driver.
I don't too much for the DoorDash driver. I think he's or she is going to see very minimal, and I think that is to be expected. Interested, but I wouldn't put them at my top of my list.
Right, not my top, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I would say Hunter. I want to see how he was summoned and what the unfolding of the events and what he witnessed, and then if a family member gave Bryan in, what their process of discovering that and what led to that decision. Respectfully. Yeah, Nancy, respectfully.
Respectfully. Okay. The defendant relies on DM and BF's actions from the night before to support his argument. And that the statements on the 911 call cannot be excited utterances or present sense impressions. This is misplaced. The excitement leading up to and during the 911 call was not caused solely from seeing a male in the home the night before, while that was assuredly a startling event, but from discovering moments earlier that their roommate and or friend was not waking up. This is in addition to also realizing that none of the other victims in the home were responding. The entire call should be admitted through the excited utterance exception to the rule against hearsay. However, if the court breaks down each statement made on the call, the entire call would be admitted as each statement is either an excited utterance, a present sense impression, or is non-hearsay as shown below. They're just going all out, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yeah, we're going to make this come in. So they actually tell you who's speaking. Interesting. Do you want me to be a 911 operator? Or we don't need to go through all that, do we?
No, I kind of want him.
Okay, so 911 operator, location of your emergency.
This is Bethany. This statement was made minutes after Hunter has responded to the scene and instructed residents to call 911. Hi.
Oh, that's new.
I know. That's why I wanted to go over it. Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house and we don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, King Road.
Okay, and is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
This is Emily. I'll talk to you so we are next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
So the address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number? Bethany redacted. Redacted. Bethany redacted. What's the rest? Redacted. Redacted.
Okay. Okay, tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates is passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
So, and they saw some man in their house last night. Dylan is in the background relaying information. Dylan is under the current excitement of realizing that her roommate is not waking up after Hunter responded to the scene and something could be wrong in the house. In response, she tries to tell her friend what she saw. The friend is relaying the information to dispatch. So they're trying to eliminate, it's not hearsay. It's the present tense, and it's just being relayed through Dylan to Emily, Emily to dispatcher.
Mm-hmm. And are you with the patient?
Hi, this is Dylan.
Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Oh, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
So Dylan is under current excitement of realizing that her roommate is not waking up after Hunter responded to the scene and something could be wrong in the house. In response, she tries to tell the dispatcher what she saw the night before. I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany. We got to go check, but we have to. Is she passed out? What's wrong? There's background noise. And this is the moment you could, and Steve Gonsalves even referred to it, where you hear that shift, you could hear something changed. What's wrong? She's not waking up. And that is present sense, impression, and both excited utterance. Hunter says, Xana.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Dylan, okay, thank you. What's wrong? Background noise. Hunter, inaudible.
Okay, and how old is she?
Dylan, she's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here, talk to them. Hunter says, hello, hello.
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry. They just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
That's Dylan. I need you to come talk to them. I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. Okay, hello?
Okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line.
Okay.
If there's a defibrillator available, and send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again. There's a police here right now.
Oh, okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. Do you have a defibrillator? Yep. Yeah, we have one.
Which was Officer Nunes. Okay. Okay, are you talking to the officer?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go since he's there with you and he can help.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
You're much kinder than the actual. How she sounded.
So the defendant's transcript of 911 call attached as State's Exhibit S1. The state does not object to the use of Kohberger's certified transcript of the 911 call. Based on the above, the state motions the court to admit the recordings and transcripts of the 911 call to Whitcomb on November 13, 2022, immediately following the discovery of Xana Kernodle unresponsive at 1122 King Road. Doesn't say anything about Ethan, but there's more.
No, it doesn't. But again, I'm waiting. I'm waiting here, Shay. I'm waiting to believe that they did not enter that room.
Okay, looks like just a transcription.
Yeah, the transcribed audio file of 911.
It's the same, yeah. It's just got their names rejected.
Okay.
The one that Harlot
Thank
said
you, Zombie Charlie.
the one that Harlot said is the reply. Okay, so the reply to defendant's reply to state's response to defendant's motion eliminating number 2, vague and undisclosed expert testimony. Lemonade 2. It should be the second one.
I got it.
Okay.
Hold on. It's actually pretty easy to navigate. You just start, is it defendant or state? And then from there, figure it out. Hi, Miss Smoking Bread. So this is defense response. Number 2, vague. Okay. Vague undisclosed. Okay.
I've learned a lot tonight.
Dude, there's so much. We only went through a couple. And thank you, Portland. It is the best place in the world. Thank you.
I love that energy.
Yes. Okay. So this is so Leda County began prosecuting Kohberger December 2022. Discovery was filtered to Kohberger in a slow, disorganized, and tedious fashion. State had
Hold
the
on,
benefit.
hold on. Anne's ready to complain right now. Is everybody ready?
Yeah, this
It's
is
been going on
defense.
for 2 years of complaints about how many growing terabytes of information.
So the state had the benefit of 6 weeks, access to the scene, law enforcement and experts analyzing the scene, expert ready and available to assist with search warrants and expert advice. Hundreds of law enforcement officers assisted in the case. Access to the investigating with assisting law enforcement and experts meant that prosecutors did not have to filter through 68 terabytes of information to be sure the right information was at the fingertips of the expert. Yeah, they just went out and got all of those 68 terabytes. Okay, they built it. The reality and gravity of 68 terabytes of information cannot be overstated. Mr. Kohberger's capital defense team has spent over 2 years devouring as much of the data as possible. The team has not completed review. His team does not have hundreds of people to locate and talk about various pieces of information contained in the discovery. The state does. Pause.
What?
If he had an alibi, if he didn't do it, you wouldn't really need to be focused on all of that, but okay.
Well, and there's so much like audio, like visuals, like, you know, if he's able to tell you where he was, you would know what times to look on those cameras, you know? I think honestly, like, I don't doubt that there's a lot of information.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I think that there's also this part of it that it's a lot of the information that you don't feel like helps, you know, just disprove the state's theory right now. And really, like, your only person to rely is on your client, you know? This is just, sorry.
If he didn't do it, there much more energy would be putting into proving he wasn't there and where he was and how to show Kohberger wasn't at the scene of the crime at the time, right? That you have to focus on all of that because you have to try to find little possible things to point elsewhere.
Right.
Kohberger is protected by the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of Idaho. He has the right to a fair trial, to have effective assistance of counsel, to confront evidence against him. He has the right to not be convicted unless the state proves its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The state bears the burden of proof. The state has ethical duties under the Constitution, criminal and evidentiary rules and orders of this court to disclose expert opinion and what it would rely on its case against Mr. Kohberger. Instead, the state provided vague, loose topic area responses for the experts they had worked closely with. The same experts have been working with the state since the beginning of the case. The state's disclosures were, for the most part, abysmal. Still, as it relates to the 67 electronic devices and third-party warrant searches, the state has not disclosed any expert opinions or disclosures of what it intends to rely on. The state's disclosures can only be described as sandbagging. In many cases, it appears the state's initial disclosures resembled a laundry list of topics, and then once Kohberger complied with the court's order, the state took advantage of learning a great deal about Kohberger's experts and evidence and tailored new disclosures to address Kohberger's experts. These are not rebuttal disclosures.
Oh, my Lord.
They are the state's case in chief.
Like, what do you not I mean, each side fairly should be able to have experts to match one another, whether it's rebuttal or not. Like, if your case is shifting one way and you need to add somebody with an expertise because you see it going there, because that's the thing, is that how could you really pin down what kind of defense they were doing? Because they never had an alibi, so it's really just been, you know, I'm sorry. I just like that part just really bothers me. Like, what do you expect of the state?
Sorry, Nancy, they have to. The same way, like, that's like asking, hey, if the state has all this evidence on Kohberger, why would they let the defense in on it? They have to. The same way the state's evidence against Kohberger is given to defense so they could build their defense. The defense has to give what they have to the state so the state is prepared. It goes both ways.
Unless it's like your personal like lawyer notes of your legal strategy.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's in the discovery supposed to be on both sides of the aisle. The
Yes.
state has more strict rules, I think, with theirs, obviously, because they hold the burden. Defense does get a little bit of leeway somewhere, but
Yes.
you know, Anne has always been wanting to know everything the state had because they were looking to find where they could place Kohberger.
Right. And so think about like Casey, because I know you've been around for the Casey stuff that we were just going through. So the same way that state knew Baez was going to come out with the allegation that Casey was sexually assaulted, they didn't know all of the details, like penis in the mouth. Like they didn't know how, like the narrative that they're going to, but as far as these are the claims that we're going to make, they knew, but that's why you see their reaction in there. The way it is when you hear the opening statements and him going with great detail to the extreme of how he's going, but they know the basic proposed defense putting forward. Hi,
Right.
Jess Moore. Okay, so numerous examples are laid out in detail in Exhibit 1. One example is the state's Amazon expert, Cox. A second and more extreme example is FBI SA Balance. Many of these expert disclosures are based on evidence and data that has still not been disclosed to Mr. Kohberger. This is particularly true of SA Balance, whose ever-changing reports and opinions are based on material that has not been provided to Kohberger. To assist the court, Kohberger appends Exhibit 1 to this motion as a guide to the chronology of the disclosures and the lack of detail. It identifies each expert and limits of the disclosure. The state cannot be allowed to benefit from what they have done. Kohberger, recognizing what the state was doing, filed a motion to compel disclosures and a motion to extend his deadline. His motion to extend disclosure deadline was denied. During his motion to compel, this court expressed intent to apply the rules if disclosures were not properly made. State then, with the advantage of Kohberger's expert disclosures, has continued to trickle new opinions to the defense. The state cannot be allowed to benefit at the expense of Kohberger's right to a fair trial, confrontation, due process, and assistance of counsel. State cannot be allowed to ignore Kohberger's right, shirk its duty, and get a free pass on the rules. State must be held to the limits of its timely disclosures. So the certificate, and then this is Anderson.
And like as evidence like comes in, they will have to introduce it, So the question is it new evidence,
So substance for deceased has consumed. His work encompass Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. Why not Maddie? Reports are included. No other opinion has been provided. Testimony should be limited to involvement and opinion within the report, which is no more than quantity of drugs found in blood. So collection of evidence, presumptive blood testing, collection of buccal swabs, swabbing for potential DNA evidence, photographing crime scenes, lab protocols. Okay, so what?
So who's Anderson again?
The person who, the witness is an excerpt from NMS Labs that performs testing for substances a deceased has consumed. He worked on Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. Why not Maddie? I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. They'll testify about DNA, processing and testing. Balance will assist the state in securing digital information, analyzing information as well, and conducting interviews. Expert disclosure, historical cellular phone data provided to defendant in discovery. Balance will explain the methodology used to create his report, which is, okay, we've read that all. It is noteworthy that the state has never disclosed SA Balance's methodology used to create his report. He has never disclosed how his maps were created. Oh, I remember that. SA Balance has omitted over 90% of what the AT&T data during the relevant times he chose to map. There is no disclosure as to why this data was omitted. The state has never produced an actual opinion by SA Balance about the general location Mr. Kohberger's cellular telephone was at various times before and after the homicides at the King Road house and the cellular phone's direction of travel. So the rebuttal disclosure So this is the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. CAS conducts drive testing using a Gladiator autonomous receiver. It collects data, analyze software. The software creates the coverage map seen on several pages of the report using actual measurements taken by GAR and interpolation using the neutral neighbor algorithm. So the disclosure does not state who produced the maps or how they were analyzed. The disclosure lacks an opinion about the mapping program or its production. The state has not disclosed records that verify the mapping program, nor has it stated Balance is an expert in mapping. Balance went to great lengths to obtain raw drive test data in this case. Despite those efforts, he has only produced the mapping of that data for less than 5% of the relevant cell sites in his work product. There have been no disclosure as to why he has omitted 95% of the relevant coverage maps.
Okay. This disclosure goes on. FBI CAS examines each transaction and the raw records to determine reliability based on several factors. As an example, when an AT&T data session is initiated on AT&T's network, that is not following a timeout of a previous data session. AT&T records the first cell site and then the subsequent cell sites associated with the session, if applicable. The state does not disclose Balance's review of reliability. The state's creating wiggle room for Balance to testify to something undisclosed at this time. This particular area impacts 7 minutes of time and exculpatory information. This is the 7 minutes between 2:47 and 2:54 a.m. The state applied for search warrants and its arrest warrant claiming Mr. Kohberger's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. The state later had to concede based on its own discovery disclosures that the phone went off the network at 2:54 a.m. Between the time of 2:47 and 2:54 a.m. while the phone was on and receiving service, it was utilizing cell towers. The phone was not stationary and utilizing only one tower. The phone was moving during the 7 minutes. During the 7 minutes, the towers handoff service as the phone is moving. These handoffs, once analyzed, locate the direction of movement and the location of the phone when it stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. The state asserts SA Balance mapped this data but has not produced it. The state must be required to disclose what is not saying here. The state must not be allowed to ambush Mr. Kohberger at trial by stating something that is not grounded in record. The state goes on to say handoff data is analyzed on page 13 of the CAS PowerPoint. There's no analysis. Balance has not mapped a single handoff in the work product produced. These ignored handoffs are the handoffs occurring during the described 7 minutes. Analyzing those depict exculpatory evidence. It is important to understand handoff data makes up more than 85% of the defendant's AT&T network connections. Balance's opinion as to why he can omit those connections in one part of his report while relying on them in others must be clearly stated. The state does not provide basis or analysis for Balance's claim that Mr. Kohberger was using a tower that services the King Road address. Instead, they say this: generating a report of all of the defendant's movements from June 2022 to December 2022 would be overly broad, unnecessary, and prolong the jury's service with details not relevant to prosecution. With the help of this very expert, the state sought and received AT&T phone records for Mr. Kohberger from June 2022 through December 2022. In affidavits supporting search and arrest, the state averred that Mr. Kohberger's phone data depicted numerous occasions where it utilized a tower servicing the King Road address. The state supplied Balance as an expert and disclosed his PowerPoint with slides 29 and 30. I actually think I did see the state reply with something of this, but I don't know which one it is. That has more details about casting around the house or something. I heard people talking about it, but I don't know which document. Anyways, it says, it is noteworthy that the dates of this alleged behavior have been changed over the course of this expert's work. What the state has failed to do is provide the analysis of the claim. Mr. Kohberger will face his capital jury without the state backing up this claim. The state does not have connection between Mr. Kohberger and anyone that was at 1122 King Road. The state puts this information out to attempt to establish a connection. While the state has chosen not to disclose the analysis, Mr. Kohberger um, sorry, has disclosed the analysis. The analysis shows the falsity of the state's expert slide. The real analysis is exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger. This must be excluded from the state's presentation. The state provides its reason. The cast draft and cast final PowerPoints are different in size. CAST utilizes a peer review process of any work product prior to being presented at trial. The peer review process is meant to ensure the final report is accurate, provides clarity to raw cellular records, and relevance to the state's case presentation. The state has failed to provide any of this documentation of its peer review process and opinions as to why changes were made. This disclosure addresses AT&T timing advance records. Mr. Kohberger respectfully requests the court look to the pleading and affidavit he filed to respond to the state's motions on that topic. And there was a supplemental disclosure, and I'm just going to kind of summarize this.
Yeah, that's fine because there's so much, and I want to try to get through it.
Yeah, so this is them talking about the phone interacting with the network and the discrepancies of time. And then it says the state's not disclosed an analysis of where balance will claim the phone was located. We can scroll down.
Yeah, hold on. I'm holding an ice cube.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Sin. Welcome to all of our new members. Please make sure to thank Sin if you got a membership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Sorry.
and that ice cube chip landed on my leg and it's cold.
Oh my Lord. Okay.
I didn't want to take too much time, so I brought the whole ice cube tray in with me.
Bring it on, girl.
Because I was like, I gotta go to the restroom, and I'm like, I gotta refill my ice cup. And so I just brought the whole effing tray with me.
I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you got to do.
What you gotta do, okay? Don't tell me I don't work for you guys, all right?
You just do it.
I hustle for you.
Okay, after this, we would do. I want to look at the state's reply for this timing report. I'm so curious. Now, okay. I lost my spot. The state has not disclosed.
Where
what page is that?
I say balance will claim the phone was located. There are 7 critical minutes that contain exculpatory evidence.
Okay. Page 28 shows a map that includes 1122 King Road. So they provided a map. There's going to be a CS icon with a yellow circle that represents a 100-meter radius around the crime scene. Balance is going to explain that he conducted an analysis of the cell sites in the area that provided coverage to the crime scene and identified any cell sites that drive test data coverage that was in this. What?
No, sorry. Because I saw Silver Fox, which I appreciate you being here, Silver Fox. That's fine. But Silver Fox had said, I saw these documents days ago. I'm just here to listen to Melissa's opinion. But then finally comes out, they just came out yesterday. How'd you see them days ago? They just came out yesterday. Okay. Oh, man. Okay.
So the state has not disclosed the analysis. So they're saying pages 29 and 30 represent any time that the 8458 phone utilized a cell site identified as part of page 28 between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate instances between July 9th, 2022 to November 7th, 2022. That's when they're saying his cell phone utilized that data.
That doesn't mean sorry. This is a United States case, hon. You don't get it before we get it. And if so, can you prove that? Hi, Mother of Cycle Breakers.
This one is a really big deal, Melissa. They have him between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. within 100 meters of the 1122 King Road home between July 9th and November 7th, hours at 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate instances. Don't tell me that's not voyeurism.
Yeah, and we knew that. 23.
Mm-hmm. That's what it says. Remember how, like, in Leilani's trial, when they did that, like, you're in this area, like that. And it's okay, and say he was in the area for 23 times. Who do you know over there? What are you doing right next to 100 meters of the home? Yes, that's why I think poor Linda. And I still have that clip of him
Mhm.
talking about that and the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
We've listened to it several times.
Yep.
But the state's not disclosed this analyst. Okay, so apparently on one that was like released recently, it's the state's reply to the AT&T time advance records. That's the one, Melissa, that they're going to show, like, I guess, a balances map and everything. So this goes on to say that Heather and Jared Barnt, um, they have an initial disclosure that they want to leave out any analysis and any real opinion about user behaviors and actions on a PC and opinions of gaps. The rebuttal disclosure, this disclosure advised Mr. Kohberger his experts needed to do a better disclosure so the state could rebut. The testimony trial must be limited to what these experts examined, the process used and identified these things. Experts have not provided an option about user behavior, only that gaps are abnormal. Okay, so I think what they're meaning in this is what the looking at the pattern of behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the
Yes.
phone. Okay. So disclosure is a list of topics. Discovery comes almost 3 months at the disclosure date and is still lacking critical information. See David Howell affidavit and motions eliminate. Number 9, Amazon click activity. They'll testify to that. We have Dace White. They had a disclosure. So this is looking at that, like, what are these for the expert witnesses, right? Talking about, remember guys, when we were talking about the CODIS stuff, we went over why they chose to do the knife sheath and not upload the other DNA to CODIS.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that one's going to be about.
About
Dawson.
the two unknown male profiles.
Right.
For the first time in 2 years, they've taken the state's taken advantage of Kohberger's timely disclosed work and decided upon a course of action to counter it.
Right. This one seems interesting. This Dawson one. I don't know. This expert was disclosed for the first time in rebuttal. His area of expertise in proposed testimony that Maddie was severely impaired by her intoxication and could not fight back is not one that was challenged by experts in Kohberger's disclosures. The timing of this disclosure does not leave Mr. Kohberger the opportunity to consider the necessity of meeting this expert analysis. So that means she was killed first, right? Or no? Am I jumping?
No.
This testimony serves no legitimate purpose other than the inflame the passions of the jury. Mr. Kohberger has not in any way contested toxicology on MM. This is an improper rebuttal and must be excluded.
I was wondering why Maddie was left out of that top one, the same one that did the toxicology for the other 3.
Because she was probably the most inebriated.
But you would find that out through the toxicology. You see what I'm saying? They would know that from the toxicology, but he didn't perform the toxicology on Maddie. Why? Why would 3 be performed by one expert and not the other one?
I know that the toxicology was on all 4 of them. They did get it on all. I don't know.
See that the same expert works for NSM Laboratory, analyzed toxicology of Maddie. Deisher. Hold on. So Deisher did Maddie's. Anderson did Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee, both with NMS Labs. Why?
Maybe just workload. It's probably just workload. I don't think it's that big a deal. It's not like, I mean, they're in the same lab. If it was sent to a different lab, I would definitely deal it, something like that. So the Dicer one said, S.A. Douglas works for the FBI and is a forensic. So we're in Douglas. Sorry, Douglas. Douglas works for the FBI as a forensic accountant. That's who I thought he was. I was thinking he was. The disclosure from the state was that he intended to testify as a lay witness about various records collected. So the state included the caveat that any expert testimony would be based on his training and experience contained in his CV. 2 FBI reports relating to the records he looked at and identifying specific transactions was included. These reports did not contain opinion about the records. Well, what do you mean, what's his opinion if he's pointing out numbers? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's for the jury to, like, weigh the evidence. Anyways. You want to read this, or sorry?
Where'd you leave off?
Right at the disclosure, that top paragraph.
So, documents utilized by the federal grand jury subpoena process to obtain, this is the supplemental disclosure. He anticipated testimony including Amazon records. His accounting background is not the same as digital forensics. Amazon platform is explained in Defense Motion 11 through the Amazon Click and affidavit of David Howell. Other than collecting the record, the state has not disclosed Douglas's credentials to analyze Amazon records, meaning they don't want Douglas to testify, guys. The state disclosed that Douglas will testify about spending habits. Other than documenting financial institutions and transaction records, the state has not disclosed this expert's opinion of spending habits. This expert must be limited to the specific bank records or purchases contained in the disclosure.
But this isn't about spending habits. Like, why is she so fixated on Okay, sorry.
So, rebuttal does not properly rebuke Kohberger's disclosures. The state has not identified how this witness is an expert in what he claims to be. So then we have Hill. The disclosure lists specific clips of vehicles that he will testify about. However, the disclosure goes further to state that there are other videos, but does not indicate the witness has an opinion about the vehicles. So Amel is a special agent in the FBI. His role was to look at video footage supplied to him and attempt to make and model identification of a vehicle captured on footage on King Road. What's that?
They're going to rag him.
So he was supplied various additional clips to make the identification. Both disclosures contain opinion and rebuttal to Kohberger's expert opinion. As long as the testimony does not change from that contained in the disclosures or go beyond the disclosures, Mr. Kohberger is advised. My butt.
Just so you guys know, there was a big expert witness deadline this week, so that's why we got like a flood of stuff on top of all of the motions in limine coming in.
So we have Kathy Mabutt. The witness is the coroner. This disclosure contained opinion in reference to previously sworn testimony. As long as the testimony does not change, Mr. Kohberger is advised. So Mashik, witness works for the Idaho State Lab Forensic Laboratory. Disclosure contains notice that this witness will talk about the process of DNA work and specifically her work in lab reports. The state used loose language about her testimony not being further limited. So this disclosure includes her DNA work and process, but adds generally about probabilistic genotyping and what kinds of items contain DNA. Disclosure includes reference to CODIS and parentage index. Her testimony must be limited to general topics as stated and her work in the above mentioned lab reports. Martinez works for the SPF laboratory. Disclosure includes general topics such as evidence collection, documentation, photography, evidence disposition, and lab protocol. So relating to this case are contained within the lab reports. So it references to the witness collection biological data from Kohberger. It also includes a general description of taking and comparing fingerprints, as well as available databases for upload. References made in the reports. There is no further disclosure about the opinions contained in the reports. As long as the witness testifies within the scope of general topics as listed in the specific reports for expert opinions, Mr. Kohberger's advised. AKA what they're trying to do is, hey, you could speak and testify generally to like procedural protocol, things like that, but specific to Kohberger, nah. Miller works for the ISPF lab. Referenced lab reports and grand jury testimony, various topics without conclusions, such as probabilistic genotyping, human biological material utilized in DNA testing, how to determine how much DNA is present. That disclosure discusses CODIS and the decision not to put males B or D into the database. The decision and reason not to utilize CODIS for the 2 unknown male profiles has now been disclosed for the first time in over 2 years. Despite requests and discovery and the topic arising, this is the first time any reason has been disclosed. State has taken advantage of knowing Kohberger's timely disclosed work and decided upon a course of action to counter it. This portion of the disclosure must not be allowed. Mowry is a witness because she's a detective with the MPD. He began working the case in various capacities since the first day. He has conducted interviews, assisting in obtaining search warrants, working on digital data, and working extensively with SA Balance.
She hates balance.
Mhm. The disclosure was a list of 56 devices and other third-party data. So there are 49 devices and digital data sets that this witness will testify that there is no connection between Kohberger and any of the following individuals: Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, Jack Decor, Jack S.
So out there.
Yeah. The DoorDash MM, which we get for the first time. MM, the DoorDasher. Emily or EA. Emily or the Uber driver and Emily. So the rest of this witness testimony will be about the download of other devices. Other than police work conducted by this witness, the testimony must be limited to what has been disclosed. The devices and third-party data contain many terabytes of discovery. No specific testimony regarding any of the devices should be allowed. No specific testimony regarding any of them.
Oh my God.
Nord, witness works for the ISPC laboratory. Methods used in testing. Nowlin.
Which she just did like an updated affidavit. I heard that she's going to be able to clearly the goal is for her to articulate, the difference between some of the terminology, understanding what trace.
The DNA work, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The witness is a pathologist. This is Singh. The witness is the pathologist that conducted the autopsies in this case, both opinion and the autopsy report. As long as the witness has not testified outside of these disclosures, Mr. Kohberger is advised. Mr. Kohberger has received a separate disclosure related to part 2 should the trial reach that stage. Sutton.
Whoa.
I know. I don't know what that meant.
What can that mean? Because this has to do with the pathology.
I'm not sure.
Huh. I'm interested in that, though.
Yeah. Sutton works as an expert in blood spatter.
It's Dexter Sutton now.
Yeah.
It's Dexter.
Disclosure was the report promised on February 17, 2025, and has the date of February 13th, 2025. Kohberger did not receive it until March 3rd. His concern is if his expert needs to respond, Mr. Kohberger needs additional time to make that final determination. So Tanzola, and then the changes to the initial report by Sutton are extensive, and that's blood spatter. So Tanzola, special agent with the FBI, digital forensics, advised Kohberger his experts needed to do a better disclosure so the state could rebut his expert. Testimony at trial must be limited to what his expert examined and the process used. No opinion. Uhrig, a witness was an examiner with the Post Falls Police Department. 7 devices and a police report. Reference number police report. So the report identified the examination and disclosed no connection to Mr. Kohberger. The disclosure stated that the witness will testify about his expertise to examine these devices. Additionally, it clarified that no connection with Kohberger was found. No further opinion has been provided, and it must be limited to the contents of these 2 disclosures. Walthall.
Post-fall, isn't that where Xana was from?
I'm not sure.
Thought so.
ISP forensics. The witness will testify about the latent print processing. Further opinion was contained in grand jury testimony and lab reports 2 and 15. Lab reports contain greater detail about print examination, processing, and uploading for database comparison. Wilt, grand jury lab reports. DNA collection and what trace DNA means, Yuling, ISP forensics. Her testimony are discussing DNA testing in general, amended disclosure, such as scene processing, fingerprinting, packaging items taken for DNA, DNA testing, trace evidence, and tire impressions.
We saw
Ooh.
that. Remember we saw the
Yes.
measure?
Oh, wow. The disclosure is general and not specific to this case. No opinion as relates to Kohberger is provided. I remember looking at those tire track. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to jump to it to see like what came. Well, it's not actually, that's not the report. It's not the 18. Where's the one that has, where's the map? We gotta find the map one.
Why?
With,
Is it good or something?
well, it's supposed to show how close Kohberger was to the home. Did we get the Dick's receipt already? I've been trying to get retail therapy on Sephora and to get sidetracked area. They have, I think, was it the bank record yeah, they have record of that, the receipt.
You want to look for that one? And I'll jump through this one quick. This is the bushy eyebrows, state's response. Defendant's reply to state's response and defendant's motion in limine 7. So wait, state's response. No, I'm sorry. Defendant's response. Bushy eyebrows, number 7. Bushy brows. I never thought I'd write that in my notes. All right. So Shay's going to look for that next one. And this is mistaken identifications have been, and this is defendant's response to the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine regarding the bushy eyebrows. So defense is saying mistaken identifications have been one of the leading causes of wrongful convictions in the U.S. for decades and still are. When a witness swears under oath to the identification of the person on trial, the impact cannot be understated. In this case, if Dylan is allowed to say that she saw bushy eyebrows, it will not be different than her pointing to Mr. Kohberger and saying that is him. What? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? It won't be any different that if she says what I do remember, which is true, is just bushy eyebrows. How is that the same as standing up and saying it was him? That is a jump. That is a jump if I ever did see one myself.
Right?
Wow. Like that is what she recalls. It's simple as that. And she recalled that way before Kohberger's photo ever came about. So that's not fair. To make matters even more prejudicial, the state wants to admit into evidence a picture of Kohberger as if Dylan identified him in the photo. This is how wrongful convictions occur. That photo is relevant in more than one ways, not just identification of his bushy brows. He took that hours after the murder. Nice try. It just looks really bad for him. So the photo of Mr. Kohberger that the state attached to it, its response is not relevant and is overly prejudicial. This is akin to the state trying to identify Kohberger for Dylan or create its own corroboration for her. Dylan previously said that she could not identify him. They're not trying to identify him through that photo. He took that photo hours after the murder. You don't think that's relevant? There are literally millions of people in the world who might be described as having bushy eyebrows. Exactly. So then why are you worried about it being the same as it's him? He's the guy. Exactly. You're contradicting yourself there, Anne. The term itself is subjective, as Dylan has a fascination with drawing eyes and eyebrows. So I'm going to read this. Okay, hold on. No, I don't need to read that. Never mind. The state contends that Dylan's statements are independently reliable as law enforcement did not employ a witness identification procedure. Kohberger is not suggesting that Dylan's descriptive words were developed in conjunction with a lineup. Dylan was interviewed 5 times. Law enforcement was involved with each interview. According to the state, Dylan's multiple descriptions of the intruder were based on her own recollection and were not the result of suggestive identification procedures employed by law enforcement. Mr. Kohberger points to the court to the following instances which are suggestive. 1. In the second interview on the 13th, Dylan was interviewed at the police department by Detective Mowry, who inquired about facial features and asked Dylan if she knew what color the intruder's eyebrows were. Detective Mowry is the person who mentioned eyebrows, not DM. She mentioned it in the first interview, if I recall correctly, just remembering eyebrows. But that is not suggestive at all, because I guarantee she asked, do you recall what this looked like? I guarantee they're just picking out one question she asked. That is not suggestive. That is a very standard, do you remember this? Do you remember that? Do you remember what this looked like? Are you kidding me? He had eyebrows. That's not suggestive. So, in the third interview, on the 17th, Dylan was interviewed by Detective Gooch, who asked Dylan if she knew what a balaclava was and showed her a picture. In the fourth interview on December 1st, Dylan drew the mask for the interviewer. A copy of Dylan's drawing is attached. Yes. It looked remarkably similar to a balaclava. The state argues that Dylan is a reliable witness. Should the court apply the 5-factor Manson-Biggers balancing test to evaluate witness reliability, it should not ignore either the limited amount of time that Dylan had to view the intruder or her state of intoxication. A witness is less likely to provide an accurate identification from a fleeting view, and a witness's attention is likely compromised when they're intoxicated. Dylan saw the intruder briefly in a dark hallway. In her own words, she was probably, quote, very drunk and tired when she saw the intruder at 4 a.m. Should the court apply a relevance test and weigh the reliability of Dylan, exclusion of the term bushy eyebrows is appropriate for all of the reasons explained in the Manson-Biggers test and intoxication as referenced in Almaraz. If the court decides not to rely upon Manson-Biggers and Almaraz, it should consider the scientific studies that explain the fragility and accuracy of memory. This analysis, which is applicable to court's decision to exclude or limit this evidence, is the fact that scientific studies conducted on memory show that there are several steps to creating and retaining memory, and influences such as amount of time of exposure to view, the amount of stress involved, level of intoxication, and post-event influences. It should all be taken into consideration when determining reliability. The science of memory is laid out below. I don't need to go through the science of memory. So sensory overload has particular relevance to the encoding phase. It can lead to so much incomplete sensory acquisition that confabulation, the creation of substitution of false memories through later suggestion, can occur to fill in the many gaps that exist. Absolutely. That's why it's the closest you get to the truth is the first interviews. In this case, the time period of observation was seconds at most with limited lighting. It was dark. Under stress and expressed fear, and with a witness who was repeatedly expressed she is unsure. She was in a frozen shock phase. She did not know if it was a dream, and there is a time delay in her reporting what she saw. The next part of the memory process is the retention or storage phase. In this case, not only was there an 8-hour delay in reporting prior to the first law enforcement interview, Dylan was allowed to mingle with Bethany and many other friends. Law enforcement did not separate all of the friends who came to 1122 King Road prior to interviews, and no warning was given to not discuss the facts, and no effort was made to limit such a discussion. Many of the friends who were at 1122 King Road when police arrived also stayed in the same hotel room the night of November 13th, 2022. Interesting. There was also extensive media coverage. Post-event misinformation must be considered as a factor of the accuracy of Dylan's memory retention. Finally, during the retrieval phase, the brain searches for the pertinent information, retrieves it, and communicates it. By the time Dylan testifies, almost 3 years will have passed after law enforcement interviews where her recitation of the events of November 13th changes. And after extensive media coverage about this case, which almost always includes pictures of Kohberger, memory retrieval in these circumstances weighs against reliability. Conclusion. For the reasons addressed above and in Kohberger's initial brief, the court should grant Kohberger's motion in limine to exclude Dylan from using the words bushy eyebrows to identify the intruder that she saw and to exclude Dylan from identifying Mr. Kohberger based on bushy brows. The court must additionally prohibit the state from acting as an identifying witness by admitting a picture of Kohberger in evidence in support of Dylan's testimony or any other reason. Sorry, I read that so quick because I wanted to see this. What? That? I read that at the speed of light to get to this? Where'd Shay go? Hold on. Where'd Shay go? How long has she been gone? I come back to Shay gone, and this is the photo? This is double bullshit. This is double bullshit. Where'd you go?
I don't know. It got like freaking yeeted. I was just like
Shay.
gone.
I read that at the speed of light because I was looking so forward to seeing her drawing, and I come back and this is what I got, and you were gone. It was bullshit.
It's like it looks like the Among Us thing or whatever.
What is that?
It's a balaclava, whatever.
It looks like a bed in a circle. Am I looking? Oh, hold on.
Like the face, like that's supposed to be the eyes. Yeah.
This. Okay. Well, dude, I don't know what the fuck I was looking at. It was so undetailed. Like, there was no detail at all. So I was so like, what? This is it? it was double bullshit. Okay.
I object.
I object to this shit. Okay. Like, I would have been a bit more detailed. Okay. So this is the only opening? What's
The
this
eyes.
square?
That's supposed to be covering the face, I think. Like
Then what's this?
that's supposed to be the face, and she's saying the thing goes over the face fully.
I don't. Maybe the lines from the paper is also throwing me off. I don't know.
She's trying, like, you draw a face.
Oh, that would make sense if it was a hoodie over it. Yes, because then it doesn't make sense to me if there's not something. But if that's a hoodie and then a mask, that would make sense to me. Okay.
You're not digging it?
King Scarlet, she legit said if Dylan even mentions that this guy had bushy eyebrows, it's her Jack Nicholson standing up. You can't handle the truth moment. It's him sitting right there in the orange, bushy eyebrows and all. It's Kohberger. Are you fucking kidding me? She had eyes on the killer, and this is what she recalls. And you're mad because your client has a fucking photo hours after the murder giving a big old thumbs up with bushy as fuck brows. That's not her fault, but that's just, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? She said bushy brows way before Kohberger was charged.
Right.
Psh, this is bullshit. Everything about this is bullshit.
It's
Yeah, a
all
bed in a
bullshit.
circle, okay? When you look at it from this way, it looks like a bed in a circle. Take a look-a-roo. Here's the pillows. Here's the mattress. Here's an eye or a circle, something.
I think it looks like I think it looks like with the balaclava, whatever she was trying to make.
I don't know. I think it fucking looks like need a couple of classes. Like that's that. I don't fucking know, man. But if it's a hoodie, I guess I can understand that better. But if that's not a hoodie, I don't understand that at all.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Uh-huh. That's
I-
right, Pointer Lover. Not nearly enough. You are right. Yeah. And listen, Your Honor, she's fucking obsessed. You see, this is an eye. She's so obsessed Little do you know, this is an eye, okay? She's obsessed. I rest my case. You need to get all this thrown out. You need this all thrown out. That's a bit ridiculous. I am curious to see, though, what kind of painting she had in her room, like that the defense is focusing. She has an obsession. She has an obsession with eyes and brows, Your Honor. What?
I just sent you something. I just thought that was funny.
Okay. See, who did that?
I don't know.
Who did that?
I think Amber did one too in ours, but I didn't get to open it up in our
Amber,
chat.
was that you?
No, that was, I don't know if that was Amber's. I think Amber's maybe different. I got that one from Reddit.
Oh, come on.
Amber's is close. She put a hood on hers.
Look at the shit Shay sends me.
Was that Reddit?
Who cut out a perfect square of Kohberger's eyes?
But hold on, look, get Amber's real quick, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, get it for me.
Okay, can we show it, Amber? Okay, here's Amber's.
Thank you, unnamed. It's a balaclava, the exact thing they have a receipt from BK Purchasing. I know, but they're arguing because Dylan doesn't listen. Dylan described a balaclava. She just didn't know the name of it. And to be fair, a lot of people don't know the name. Okay. And so when the officer said, was it like a balaclava? And she's like, what's that? And they show her. They didn't feed it to her. She already was describing it, just not by name. But they're like, you have to get it thrown out because it didn't come from her. It was suggestive. No. And the bitch is obsessed with brows. She's obsessed with brows and eyes. I swear, if it comes out when we see the reality of what those photos are, if it's something so like nonchalant, I'm out. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, is that the one, Amber?
Yeah, that's what the other one's Amber.
Oh my God, Amber.
I love you, Amber.
I love the visuals. I think it's the straight square that keeps making me giggle. Why did she choose? Well, you know what? She chose this one because it was hours later, but you could see the smile through it. Jesus. But you know what, though? What I will say is, look, what would be prominent to you? Eyes and eyebrows, and he has very sunken in eyes. It honestly, it makes sense.
I just love that everyone keeps just doing the square cut.
The square cut's killing me, man.
Oh my God, it kills me every time. What do you want to go through next?
Oh, jeez.
I was trying to find that other one, and I'm like, I know, like I've seen people talking about it, and I'm trying to find it, and I felt like I scrolled through everything. It's like there's so much. There's too much.
Well, we're gonna get to all of it. Demonstrative exhibits. Okay. Jury. Ooh, God, there's so much I want to go through. Hold on, I know what I want to go through. Wait. State's reply. Okay.
To which one? The neuro.
I don't know. Let me see how big that. Okay, it's not too big.
It looked like a lot of the ones towards the top are like shorter, some more. Yeah,
the states, because they're not trying to fucking sit there and confuse the hell out of you with a bunch of bullshit. So this is the state's response to the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The defendant, in his response to the state's motion in limine, has clarified that he apparently has at least two separate purposes for the proposed evidence: to explain how the defendant appears before a jury, and to rebut what the defendant anticipates may be evidence. from the state regarding suspicious, unusual, or other, quote, odd, unquote, the state's characterization, physical and social behavior. The Kohberger has now also included a declaration by Dr. Jeffrey Lewine regarding physical conditions of the defendant. This is the first the state has heard of Dr. What?
Ah, there we go. So he fucking was diagnosed well after Shay. Nah, out of here. Get out of here with this shit. If people really think this guy's innocent at this point, I don't know what to tell you.
Wow. Okay.
First time they've even heard, meaning there was no existing records. Fuck, there wasn't even records back when he was first charged. This came about after, guys, after.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Let me just do that again. The defendant has now also included a declaration by Dr. Jeffrey Lewine regarding physical conditions of the defendant. This is the first the state has heard of Dr. Lewin. I don't know how to say it, Lewine. He was not included in the defendant's guilt phase expert disclosures, nor does he appear to offer anything in rebuttal to proffered expert disclosures from the state. First, addressing the issue of Kohberger's behaviors and appearance as they may be perceived by the jury, the defense offers no authority, statutory or otherwise, to allow him to present evidence purportedly explaining how he may appear or behave in front of a jury. The state is unaware of such authority. While Idaho Code does allow for the omission of certain mental condition evidence, not even the statute contemplates the defendant offering evidence of the defendant's behavior and appearance, much less offering evidence before even the state's case in chief begins, or presumptively trying to follow the defendant's argument prior to jury selection beginning. Not only would this type of evidence be completely irrelevant and immaterial to the legal and factual issues in this case. So it's so funny. So Anne just got mad at the state because she's she's like, I don't know like how to rebut their expert witnesses, but then you just threw in a doctor at them and some new info. So how does the state expect,
Yeah.
Come on, Anne. Okay, sorry. So not only would this type of evidence be completely irrelevant and immaterial to the legal and factual issues in this case, whether the defendant committed four murders and burglary, it would more likely confuse the issues, mislead the jury, and play to the jury's sympathies. These purposes are prohibited by IRE 401, 402, 403. The state notes that ICJI 202 lists the evidence a jury is allowed to consider: sworn testimony of witness, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and facts to which the parties have stipulated. The defendant's demeanor and appearance are not included. As stated above, the state is unaware of any authority that would allow the defendant to present evidence purportedly explaining how he may appear or behave in front of the jury. There is, however, a body of law regarding prosecutorial misconduct holding that a defendant's courtroom behavior off the witness stand was legally irrelevant to the question of his guilt of the crime charged in U.S. versus Schuler. This analysis further supports the conclusion that Kohberger's appearance or behavior in front of a jury, at least when he is not testifying, is irrelevant and not evidence. Kohberger cites State versus Samuel and Idaho 746, apparently in support of his request to offer explanations for what he believes the jury will perceive from his physical appearance and behaviors in courts. However, in that case, it dealt with evidence of mental condition as it related to whether the defendant knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently waived his Miranda rights in speaking with law enforcement. So that obviously they're saying that Kohberger's appearance and behaviors in front of a jury are not material or relevant. It appears that
no, Kelly P. They're not. They didn't offer him a plea, and they have no intention at this point of offering him a plea.
It appears that the defendant, despite his initial declarations that he does not intend to offer this evidence under Idaho Code 18207, is now trying to claim that it is inadmissible under Idaho Code 18207. Wow, that's interesting. See last sentence beginning on page 2 and continuing on page 3 of his response. Kober cannot have it both ways. He basically just
Mhm.
gave him a Burger King, you know, ultimatum here, right?
Mhm.
So either Idaho code applies and the evidence is limited to mental condition as it relates to a legal or factual issue, or it does not apply, in which event the evidence is irrelevant and not admissible. Kohberger asserts that the second purpose of the defendant's proffer of the condition evidence is to rebut anticipated state's evidence about how Kohberger interacts with others, his personal hygiene habits, and so forth. At the outset, the state currently does not have any intention of offering evidence during the guilt phase of defendant's pattern of odd behaviors, such as social miscues with coworkers. We've heard about this, professors, students, and others,
Ah.
compulsive hand washing, etc. The state understands that were it to offer such evidence in rebuttal, the defendant would likely be entitled to offer evidence that those behaviors stemmed from his OCD and ASD conditions as opposed to some nefarious purpose. Kohberger
Okay.
argued.
And sorry, just pause. Welcome, Alicia. Thank you for becoming a member. And I think Harlot may be right that there's a few doctors. So this doctor may be specifically about the. Remember the last one we read that I had to look up what does it mean, even though all three were combined, but the one with the like handwriting and stuff. What was it called?
The dyspraxia with the.
Yes. Like I don't know if they're talking about this, but there might be a couple. I'm gonna go back to find.
Yeah, I think this is a different doctor.
Yes,
That's what
that's
I
what Harlot
noticed.
was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, this one's different, but it's the fact that they're talking about one and they haven't
Right.
informed.
You're trying to bring this expert in to testify about this type of stuff. We haven't even heard about this doctor or expert. Right. Okay.
Right. So Kohberger argues he, quote, had a developmental coordination disorder. That means it was not possible for him to commit these crimes because he lacked the necessary speed and coordination. So they're
Bullshit. Has he
quoting
been for
motion.
6 mile hikes, Shay? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, this is the state's reply, guys, the defense. So they're saying that
They're saying
but
cut
that
that shit out.
you cut it out, man. You cut it out.
Cut that shit out.
uh, but that is not what his neuro psychological evaluation found. The expert who conducted the evaluation, Dr. Orr, okay, yeah, we remember that,
Yep.
listed developmental coordination disorder under the title diagnosis for which Bryan met criteria in the past. Oh my God.
Oh, hold on. Wait.
This is past. That this is evaluating he met it in the past, this criteria.
Hold on. Sorry, my ADHD kicks in. So, but that is not what his neuropsychological evaluate. Okay, hold on. Kohberger argues he has, and this is what I need to do to process it, so I apologize.
It's okay, go for it. It's a big
Kohberger
one.
argues he has a developmental coordination disorder. That means it was not possible for him to commit these crimes because he lacked the necessary speed and coordination. But that is not what his neuropsychological evaluation found. The expert who conducted the evaluation, Dr. Orr, listed developmental coordination disorder under the title diagnoses for which Bryan met criteria in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay, go on. Sorry, I needed to read it myself to process
No,
it.
you're fine. So it says Dr. Orr clearly explains that motor problems have not impacted his functioning significantly in many years. Emphasis added. To the extent Kohberger currently has any motor impairment, even according to his own expert, it affects only his fine motor dexterity and vulnerabilities in visual motor functions. So you're telling us that they put this forward like this is still present day? Like severity?
To the point where he
And
can't even aid in his own defense.
come on, Anne. And so everybody, I get it. He's innocent till proven guilty, but like, how do like? That would bother me. I don't want the state to mislead. I don't want the defense to mislead, you know?
That's what their
That
jobs
is,
are, to kind of, you know what I mean?
and and this is getting a lot of attention. So you drop that and it takes all this time for this to start coming out.
Yep.
It's nuts. Okay, so to the extent that Kohberger currently has any motor impairment, even according to his own expert, it affects only his fine motor dexterity, vulnerabilities, and visual motor functions. The examples she uses for fine motor dexterity include when he had, quote, poor handwriting, unquote, and, quote, trouble tying his shoes. That's
And the
it.
past. Okay.
That's what you had, trouble tying the shoes in the past.
Which I'm very
Four.
okay, but this would imply that he had this already documented. Right?
I don't know.
If he hadn't had this in years, that it would imply that they had a starting base.
Well, so remember, I don't know about you, but like whenever I take my daughter to do her pediatrician, questionnaires. Maybe whenever he was younger,
That's what
she
I
was
was
able to get his
thinking.
medical records and review them and see that he had
They
these certain
do that
issues.
testing even going into elementary school, going into kindergarten sometimes.
But I don't know if it was like a formal test
What?
or that doctor no, like meaning he wasn't like formally tested as a kid.
Oh
I
no,
was
not you. I'm sorry. I was saying lot to Kristen's, but God.
Yeah, I heard about that too. Uh, I was thinking that it wasn't like he had the test formally done when he was young. It's the Dr. Orr reviewing his past medical records, the questions asked, and coming up with the diagnosis based on that information. And
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's saying trouble tying issues in the past at 4 years old, guys, 4 years old.
Which
So
it's very common. Sorry. It's
no.
very common. Same way that do you know that like they evaluate your children at that age if they're holding the pencil wrong way, it's indicative
Mhm,
of autism. The way that they sit, everything is documented and evaluated.
absolutely.
Yeah, it says he met the criteria in the past, not previously diagnosed. You're right. You're right. That is what it says.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so it says Dr. Orr asserts he Kohberger continues to have difficulty with, quote, manipulation of tools even as an adult, but
Oh,
only per parent report. Wait, what?
per parent report.
What? Sorry, I was loud. What? The parents? Wait, what? We got something at the bottom. I'll have to read in just a second. Okay. So she also points to her observations during the examination that Kohberger moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively at 7. No reasonable juror can infer from these observations and the diagnosis that applied to Kohberger, quote, in the past, unquote, that it was, quote, not possible, unquote, for Kohberger to commit the crimes with which he is charged.
Well, that would apply a diagnosis that applied in the past. Okay, just read this. Read this.
Okay. So one curiously, Kohberger's other mental health expert, Dr. Ryan, includes developmental coordination disorder as a current condition, even though she defers to Dr. Orr's comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation, which found Kohberger only met the criteria in the past.
Only
Dr. Ryan
yeah.
provides no explanation for her differing opinion. In fact, the phrase DCD appears only a single time in Dr. Ryan's report on the list of conditions. Dr. Ryan's discussion of Kohberger's problems with fine motor skills is limited to his
Yep.
educational history, and all her references were observations made more than 2 decades
Yep.
ago.
Yep. It was from his school. That's what it was
Yeah.
from. It's from his fucking school, and they mentioned, you know, uh, inability to tie laces. This probably was preschool going into kindergarten, which is when they make most of these examinations. Like the teachers will pick
Hmm.
it up and they'll mention it, so that they get proper aid from the moment that they enter school age. And same thing with the handwriting. Everything lines up with what you see kids getting at that age today. 2 decades ago. Okay.
So, most tellingly, neither of Kohberger's experts drew that or any similar inference. Neither expert offers any opinion on whether any of his conditions made it more or less likely that he was physically capable of committing the crimes charged. Thus, the expert opinions themselves are inadmissible during the guilt phase because they are not relevant to guilt. And Kohberger's attempt to stretch his experts' opinions beyond what they say is barred by Rule 403 as unfairly prejudicial, misleading the jury, and a waste of time.
I love that, Kelly P. Why would he buy a knife if he has these dexterity issues, right? It is interesting.
So based on the above, the state asked the court to enter orders in limine as follows. 1, prohibiting Kohberger from offering evidence of purported explanations of how he may appear in front of a jury. This is irrelevant and immaterial, is most likely to appeal to the sympathies of the jury, to mislead, and to cause confusion on the real issues in this case, which are whether or not Kohberger is guilty of murder and burglary. 2, reserving ruling on whether Kohberger is entitled to offer rebuttal evidence of his mental condition to the extent that it might offer an alternative explanation to any state's evidence about Kohberger's suspicious, unusual, or otherwise, quote, odd physical and social behaviors. 3, deny Kohberger's introduction of the newly disclosed evidence regarding physical condition, which was not previously disclosed nor proffered as rebuttal or response to state's guilt phase expert disclosure, and which on its face does not appear to be relevant or material. Damn.
Okay, I gotta speak. So Silver Fox says he's looking healthier than those that are wishing him an injustice. I'm going to be offended if you are gonna imply that I'm wishing him an injustice. I wish these victims justice, right? I've been covering this since literally day one. Literally day one. I have followed the evidence. At this point, it's been probably 2 weeks now that I am openly saying, oh, yeah. No, I think he's the guy. I've always led to, I believe he's more likely guilty than not. But comfortably, as more and more comes out, I believe he's the guy, right? That is not injustice. If he is the guy, evidence is presented, and a jury among his peers and the fact finders determine he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that is not injustice. So I don't like that implication that I'm wishing an innocent person injustice. I am acknowledging evidence that is being presented against him, and I'm leaning in the direction of he's fucking guilty. That's just my opinion, not synonymous with wishing an injustice because you individually, personally believe no matter what's coming out, he's innocent, which is your right. And I think that that could be an injustice to the fucking victims, letting the person who's guilty get away with it because you're confirmation bias and you're refusing to acknowledge all of the massive fucking shit that's coming out against him. We could agree to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
I thought I found like a whole thing that was full of exhibits.
So the jury questionnaire, it's literally one page. It just says, come now, Bryan C. Kohberger, Bryan through his attorneys of records, and hereby move the court for an order to seal the defendant's edits to the court's proposed jury questionnaire. So, not even worth sharing my screen. Motion to seal jury questionnaire. But I forgot. You get access to all of these documents outside of the United States before us. So maybe you have all of the evidence that is exculpatory to him, and I just don't have that yet. Maybe, I don't know. Let me see. Oh, damn, these are long. Okay. because I want to try to get through just a couple more at least. Okay, let's do the inflammatory evidence. And this is defendant's reply to the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine, number 1, inflammatory evidence. So Kohberger, in his motion, recognized the rule of evidence and noted that prejudicial evidence is subject to a balancing test. He agrees that Idaho case law endorsed the balancing test for prejudicial evidence. He seeks an order preventing the state from trying its case in an inflammatory manner. The state's objection is based in semantics. Kohberger's motion seeks an order preventing the state from introducing inflammatory evidence. Kohberger does not yet know what exhibits the state will offer. He does not yet know what testimony the state will elicit. And he does not yet know the arguments the prosecutor will make. He seeks an order preventing his trial from being infected with inflammatory evidence. Idaho Supreme Court has made decisions that pronounce what is not inflammatory, such as photos, as both parties state. Court has also pronounced what is inflammatory. So they just go through case law. The court found these lines of questioning inflammatory. The court says appeals to emotion, passion, or prejudice of the jury through use of inflammatory tactics. Okay. Are impermissible. The Idaho Court of Appeals considered conduct in closing arguments when the prosecutor argued that the jury should be irritated with the defense that has been presented. Court said, quote, the prosecutor's appeal to the jurors' emotions was overt and express, conveying not simply that the witness's testimony was implausible or lacking credibility, but that jurors ought to respond to the testimony with irritation and resentment. Such appeals to emotion during closing arguments are plainly improper. The state cites to the court I'm just thinking about last night with the fucking defense opening statements talking about Casey's father's penis in her mouth, and you're talking about illicit emotion. See, it could work on both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Kohberger does not disagree with the balancing test in IRE 403 or relevant case law. However, the state has thousands of photographs, hours of video footage, and hundreds of potential witnesses. He seeks an order preventing the case from being tried in an inflammatory manner. If inflammatory evidence is presented, it is often impossible to undo its effect. He seeks to protect the integrity of his trial. That's a defense inflammatory. Did you ever find that map?
I mean, I found not the one that the one I saw in my head. I saw something different. I mean, it was just showing like a 100 meter. I'm wondering if I clicked on something else and like came across it and didn't realize I wasn't in the new documents, you know? I'm trying to find it.
No, it's okay. Then we'll get to it when we get to it. It'll pop up eventually. Okay, here, you could read this one.
Okay.
This is the defense objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the admissibility. I'm sorry, the state's reply to the defense's objection. The demonstrative exhibits. We started that last time.
All right. Sorry. This is the state's response on it?
Yeah, the state's response to the defense's objection to the state's motion regarding the admissibility and demonstrative exhibits. Okay. The 3D house and stuff.
Oh, cool. Okay. At the outset, it is necessary for the state to clarify the history between the parties on the issue of a 3D model. It is true that the state's initial plan was to ask for a to-scale 3D model of 1122 King Road residence. Okay. As part of that, and at least partially, in response to Ms. Taylor's October 2023 request for additional information, see page 2, second paragraph of the objection, the state initiated inquiries for underlying supportive data for its own review and to share with the defense. Eventually, the state realized that there was not any need for a to-scale model and ultimately settled on proposing a not-to-scale 3D model as a demonstrative illustrative exhibit.
This is literally what we heard in his fucking writing talk about. It's so crazy.
I know, man. While the emails Kohberger attached to his objection make reference to a scale 3D model, Defendant's Exhibit 2, the defendant neglected to include the balance of the email thread, which includes emails between Miss Taylor and Miss Jennings on February 4, 2025, and emails between the undersigned and Miss Taylor from February 28th through March 24th, where the state advised Kohberger that the state had finally received supplemental information regarding the 3D model attached is the email, and that the state was electing to use a 3D model as a demonstrative exhibit for any witness who might talk about the residence, not an actual scale model.
What
See the
do they want to build a fucking house? Like, they want a full size fucking model?
she's like, we don't want the house, but
Yeah.
we don't want this model. It's not to scale, but you
It's
didn't want
not
the
to
house.
scale, but you didn't want the house. She knew what she was doing when she didn't argue that.
Mm-hmm. So it says, see the full email and talks about the exhibit. Ms. Taylor's response to the state's inquiry regarding any concerns Kohberger had about a demonstrative exhibit not to scale is merely that she continues with, quote, the same objections as we discussed and as I expressed in email exchanges with Ashley Miss Jennings, unquote. Kohberger's same objections are reflected in Ms. Taylor's February 4th, 2025 email, specifically, quote, the issue I have is in the building of a 2-scale model, emphasis added. The defendant now argues the same objections to a not to scale model,
That's
but
exactly.
recognizing the difference in the standards for demonstrative evidence. As the state outlined in its motions in limine dated February 21st, 2025, the demonstrative illustrative exhibits are properly admissible when the exhibit supplements the testimony of witnesses or assist the jury in obtaining a better understanding of the facts and issues. Demonstrative exhibits do not have to be precisely accurate. Professor Lewis in his Idaho trial handbook cites to
You don't have to
masters in other case law. And it said the state respectfully submits that not to scale illustrative model is no different than a diagram or a hand-drawn sketch or a floor plan. See exhibits 5 through 8 presented to the grand jury in this case. The state recognizes that it will need to establish a foundation that the 3D model fairly depicts or represents the floor plan of 1112 King Road on November 13, 2022, and that use of the model will be helpful to witnesses in explaining their testimony and to the jury in understanding the evidence. Based on the above, the state asked the court issue an order allowing the use of a not to scale 3D model of the 1122 King Road residence in order to aid witnesses in their testimony and the jury in understanding the evidence provided. Of course, that the states lay adequate foundation for said exhibit, and then includes the email chain. Well, so what do you want? It's like,
Yeah.
come on. You usually got to start at the bottom on these.
Yeah.
So Ashley reached out.
No, it's all right. We understand what she's arguing.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Bye, Ashley. We're done.
We'd like to use a 3D scale model of the residence at trial. We anticipate this will be wheels and each of the residence floors will detach. I included a picture. Would you stipulate? The physical model has not been completed. All that we have at this point is the drawing, which we provided. Our hope is either your agreement or a court order before expending the time and resources to do the actual construction. Wow! Only walls and doors will be present. No placement of bodies. Help the jury understand the layout. Solely for demonstrative purposes. Beneficial to the jury to have the context of the layout. And says, the issue I have is in the building of a 2-scale model. This relies on expertise. I need to know who is doing it, their qualifications, the data they rely on, and what programs they use to construct the model. I need this information, so I have our expert help me understand the model and make the decision. We requested it back in the fall, winter of 2023. I don't think we have the reports, photos, measurements. I don't know who's constructing it. I appreciate you explaining why you want to use it. I also want to resolve many issues between ourselves, and we could reasonably will you provide us with the background information so our experts can work on it, basically.
It makes you wonder, like, are they very organized? Because seems like there's always a complaint about something, you know?
As Ashley and I visited you with you last week, we only want to use this as a demonstrative exhibit for any witness who might talk about the resident, not an actual scale model. You seemed reluctant, so we're wondering what your concerns are and how we might address them. Hi, Bill. I've had the opportunity to review your email and the file attached. I continue with the same objections as we discussed. And I expressed in email exchanges with Ashley. The additional discovery and proposed use do not alleviate my concerns. I did see your motion. Oh my God. So there's nothing you could give us to help figure this out so it would be better for the jury? Like, what are you going to argue? How can we fix this?
Right. It just seems like there's got to be some agreement. They got to work together.
Yeah.
It's just been really like polar for a while, in my opinion. What you want to do next?
Here, you could read the conditions, because by the time I write it, you're going to have read it. So it's just may as well do it. Conditions as aggravator. This is the defendant's reply to the state's response to the defendant's motion. Conditions as aggravator.
So it comes now, Bryan C. Kohberger, and through his attorneys of record, hereby replies to the state's response to the motion eliminate 13 regarding conditions aggravators filed with the court on March 17, 2025. The state has conceded it agrees with Mr. Kohberger's request in his motion to prevent the state from using his diagnosis and conditions thereof as aggravators in support of death, should the case reach that stage. Mr. Kohberger's request finds basis in the case law cited in this motion in limine. The state's cited case law also supports his motion that his diagnosis and conditions of autism not be used as aggravating factors. Mr. Kohberger has moved for and is unrefuted that the state not use in support of aggravation his diagnosis and characteristics of autism. The court should grant the motion as requested. Signing Ann Taylor. So I guess they're conceding there.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
What is that?
The autism one is 59 pages.
And we have and there's tons that are also in the. I know we have several motions to strike the death penalty too that we haven't gone through, and those are so long, man.
I know. The state's response to the unnoticed 404B evidence literally just says the state has informed the court that it intends to comply with the application of Idaho rules, and the court should grant Mr. Kohberger's motion. I'm not even going to bother pull it up because that's literally all it says.
Mm-hmm.
So to exclude the defendant's reply to the state's response to exclude any derivative of murder, Kohberger motions seeks to exclude the state in its case presentation from using any word of the word murder as it applies to him. Okay, that's fair. His request is based on his constitutional rights to a fair trial and due process of law, as well as Idaho rules of evidence. Kohberger in his motion specifically stated that it was not the use of the word murder, but a phrasing of the word that labeled him. Nah, actually it didn't. Kohberger has maintained his innocence since the day he was accused. His objection is about referring to him as a murderer. To allow the state to present its case by labeling him as a murderer is improper and inflammatory. That will be the ultimate jury question, and the jury must not be prejudiced by making a decision. That is not what it said, because we sat there and went on and on and on and on and on about it, about any derivative, murdered, because we were like, how do you expect to refer to the victims? Remember?
Right. You're like, we are in a murder trial. I did
Right.
know, like, the only other thing I noticed too, to just kind of to note, was that they were bringing on um another AG or attorney general to assist with the jury selection. It was like notice of appearance for Allen. That's just something to note. That's kind of just like, relevant overall. I didn't read it though. I just, again, Twitter. It always like just has little things that like, what? Because they had another, like, a deputy AG with Nye, but I don't know where she went, and they didn't replace her for underneath the prosecution team.
Sorry, I was pulling it up and not typing, writing. This is state's reply to defendants, which is the AT&T telling.
You want me to read?
No, I got it. Okay, so it says timing advance records refer to data that is used by providers to estimate the location of a mobile device. Because remember, they're arguing back and forth that the timing records existed for Kohberger, they existed for other phones, not Kohberger's phone. Okay, but the FBI has special access to these, not just laymen. Timing advance records refer to the data that is used to provide for providers to estimate the location of a mobile device. Collection of this data is necessary for a cellular network to work properly. Carriers do not retain this data indefinitely. Regarding AT&T, before June 2023, AT&T retained timing advance records for 7 days. These records were not routinely provided in response to legal demand prior to June 2023. After June, AT&T started providing these records pursuant to legal demand and began retaining timing advance records for 13 months. In this case, the homicides occurred November 13th, 2022. Because we were curious, why wasn't Kohberger's? Now, okay. So Kohberger was identified as a suspect December 19th, 2022. Search warrants for his AT&T records were executed on the 23rd of 2022 of December. At this point, timing advance records were not available for Kohberger's phone to cover the relevant time period, November 13th, 2022. Despite Kohberger repeated assertions, the fact of the matter is that AT&T did not provide timing advance records to law enforcement for Kohberger's phone. The state is attaching affidavits from AT&T verifying that the state did not receive timing advance records for Kohberger's phone. Based on the above statements or inferences by defense counsel or their witnesses that there is additional evidence that could have been provided or was not provided is simply not correct and should not be allowed. Under IRE 403, any probative value of such evidence is outweighed by the danger of misleading the jury, undue delay, or waste of time. For these reasons, state requests the court issue an order in limine prohibiting the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T timing records for Kohberger. And then it gives us the affidavits.
So they've already told them. So
Yes.
what is, and he...
She always does. You didn't give me everything. You didn't give me everything. Look at this. It didn't exist. AT&T did not provide timing advance records for this phone number, only if they were requested within 7 days of that specified time frame. They were not included in the records responsive to the reference search warrant because more than 7 days elapsed. There you go. Like, what do you want? What more do you want? And this is the original search warrant for the phone from Brett Payne. What more do you want? And then here we are again. Stephen Gordon. Yeah. Another one.
We've been living in like an alternate universe. Like, I'm so confused. Why was she so upset?
I think she knows what she's doing. I think she knows, like, even making the stint about it. It did, like, mission accomplished, you know? We're like, hey, well, why didn't his, you know? Like, and it's, I'm sorry, I'm trying to, like, skim to see. No, it was all.
No, you're fine.
it kind of did its purpose, right?
I'm just.
Me either.
I wonder what like Kepler's thinking. He's like, what the hell? I think she's still trying to like push the time clock out. I don't think they're ready.
No, they're not ready. They're not ready because, again, even though it's 2.5 years, and as Anne keeps saying, almost 3 years. Well, when your sole purpose is to have to try to poke holes in their evidence, which I understand it's always part of the process, versus focusing on proving he wasn't the guy, you're poking at loopholes. Yeah, you're not ready because you have to go through all of that terabyte. You have to. It relies on there being something you could like wiggle that tooth and pop it out because it's loose, you know?
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like she's looking for something that's not there. Like your real issue is with Bryan. Like, why can't we get that information?
Exactly.
I
Because it
want to see
doesn't
what.
exist.
Right. And I'm really curious of his habits. Like,
Me
just, I mean,
too.
I know they say they don't want to focus on that, but I really don't. If they have him, what was
Sorry.
that? What
Oh,
was
Anne
that?
has that under wraps already. She's able to prove where Kohberger was. Hun, Silver Fox, if that was the case, she has to provide that to state. Have you been paying attention? She has to provide that to the state, and she hasn't. She's saying, "Oh, well, my client's alibi will come out through cross-examination of your expert witnesses." She doesn't have it. It's not under wraps because she wouldn't be able to admit it and present it if she doesn't share it with the state. That's what they keep going back and forth. That alibi demand that we keep reading back and forth, back and forth. She is Harlot, which
Like
she's
that,
doing
like
her job.
they say usually the alibi stuff is turned over to law enforcement within like the first 30 days.
They had deadlines. And then the alibi didn't even meet the criteria to be an alibi.
It's wild to me.
Mm-hmm. This is the Amazon click.
Oh, oh Lordy.
That's the
Let me-
problem, Neat Noodle. I can say I know if evidence comes out that leans away from him, I'm willing to accept that. But they're not willing to fucking accept. It doesn't matter how much comes out. They literally have no defense, King Scarlet, but there's major confirmation bias. That's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. You understand that, right? We're literally reading line for line the motions. It's not my opinion. Put my opinion to the side. Are you reading black and white what we're reading? They literally have to present it to the state. The state has, just like defense has the right to know the evidence you're going to bring against my client so I can build my defense. The defense has to provide the state with the evidence they're going to also show. And the state has the right to prepare so that they have evidence to debunk what they're putting out. It goes both ways. The difference is defense is not giving shit. There is nothing, but you're like, oh yeah, defense has that under wraps. Really? What do you think? She's going to be able to come out and just prove it? We would have seen something at this point.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Disclosure. 100%. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I'm coming back. I was trying to find it. All right, comes now Bryan Kohberger buying through his attorneys a record and hereby replies to the state's response to defendant's motion eliminating number 9 regarding excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial filed on March 17, 2025. State's response. This reply is supported with the declaration of David Howe, Hal Deck, as the court issued an order prohibiting expert testimony in support of this motion, absent a specific need identified by the court during the hearing. Order denying witness testimony at April 9, 2025 hearing, filed 3/18/2025. The court has instructed Mr. Kohberger to have his expert available via video live stream. For the first time on March 14, 2025, the state provided an expert disclosure of opinions of Shane Cox and federal agent Michael Douglas regarding their opinions related to Amazon records. See the state's disclosure or expert disclosure. This is an example of abusive discovery tactics by the state. There is a pattern. Okay, but the reports are the okay. Sorry, there is a pattern of failing to disclose evidence, but they're reports. You already had the reports, right?
Yep, they did.
All right. Expert opinions in compliance with the court's order. Motion to compel ICR 16B7 material and for sanctions. These prosecutors blow past deadlines and respond after it is brought to the court's attention and after they have the benefit of having Mr. Kohberger's expert opinions. You had a Franks hearing.
Shh. Never mind that, Shay. No. They're not.
Sorry, you
getting their
motioned for
moment.
Franks.
They're not getting. No, it's unfair.
But okay, the state's expert disclosure is 3 months past its deadline, with trial looming in less than 5 months. Okay, Mr. Kohberger seeks to protect his rights to due process, effective assistance of counsel, and a fair trial guaranteed by 5th, 6th, 14th Amendments. The state seeks to use expert testimony to show that a very narrow set of Amazon records of purchase and click history related to a K-bar knife and sheath makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar knife sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's.
No shit, it does. It does make it more probable. Oh my god. Sorry.
And that click activity after the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that Kohberger had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath after the homicides, according to the state's response. Asserting that lay testimony would be appropriate for these issues, the state claims that Mr. Cox is not needed as an expert because the Amazon records speak for themselves. It claims that, okay, and this is the problem. You're stuck on the clicks, and they're over here saying, no, ma'am, we got an order, and we have it coming out of Mr. Kohberger's bank account.
His phone, his bank, oh my god.
Okay, all right, Ann. You need to simmer down now, ma'am. That's what I want to tell her. So as set forth in Mr. Howe's declaration, Amazon data is complex. There's nothing about its production, review, or analysis algorithm machine learning that a lay witness could explain to a jury without proper expert explanation. The data itself is misleading. Especially incomplete and cherry-picked data as...
Sorry, I'm reading it.
It's like an echo.
Cherry-picked data, are you kidding me?
As is the case here, not only did the state fail to properly disclose the evidence and expert opinions, but it also advises that it is awaiting additional information from Amazon that the state understands will clarify that to the extent AI is incorporated into Amazon's system. AI does not create a user's actual inquiry. Yes. Apparently, more late discovery tied to expert opinion is coming. Seriously? Oh my gosh. Okay. But that's the thing is it's whether okay. All right. Of note, Mr. Kohberger sought to suppress the Amazon search warrants as overbroad and general warrants because of the extensive amount of records requested. The court denied that motion, which we went over those when we went over the order from the Franks hearing stuff, or the Franks motions. So now that the state has disclosed expert opinions, it's clearer that the state intends to use incomplete data and mislead the jury. For example, The state ignores that the Amazon records reflect a household of users on the Amazon account at issue and a long list of items purchased over a period of several months for a road trip or hiking, to include a roadside repair kit, a tire inflator, a backpack, and bear spray.
Burr spray. That's interesting, number one. But number two, but he wasn't capable of doing the murders. You know, he wasn't capable. He didn't have the motor skills, Shay. Burr spray? He threatened burrs. but the hiking, the tire repair kit, a fucking tire inflator, and bear spray, no problem. No problem.
I feel like this is like a mini Bundy murder kit right there.
He's literally building his murder kits.
Right. The state argues that the rule of completeness does not apply, and therefore it is appropriate that limited information about Amazon be placed in front of the jury. The argument ignores and violates Mr. Kohberger's right to present a complete defense. As Justice Potter Stewart wrote, any rule that impedes the discovery of truth in a court of law impedes as well the doing of justice. Allowing the state to produce limited data without context in the methodology of how Amazon works is akin to telling the jury that it may assess the product of an investigation, but it may not analyze the quality of the investigation that produced the product. This illogically removes from the jury potentially relevant information. Details of the investigatory process potentially affected the investigator's credibility and perhaps more importantly, the weight to be given to evidence produced by his investigation. And that's just citing case law. So Mr. Howell explains the critical need for full data and understanding of what it means to click on Amazon. Click data sounds like a specific user action when in fact Amazon's algorithm, machine learning, and methods of payment advertisements force information to account users which fall under the definition of click data. Okay, but this isn't like back in like the 90s where everybody's using the same Mac computer, you know?
Right. The family computer.
Right. Features like customers also bought or frequently bought together, omni-channel influence, and household accounts with multi-users have a significant impact on what is considered click data. Additionally, okay, are you telling me that the click data is so strong that it influenced Mr. Kohberger to buy the K-bar knife, the sheath, and the sharpener? Is that what we're getting at?
Three.
So we have mind control capabilities that are now coming into play here. Okay.
And I can also not produce to you those 3 items that he purchased.
Right. So listen, lots of this data are retained by Amazon because Amazon bills its advertisers. Okay. For the reasons addressed above, you know, they're basically just asking for them to be able to call their witness. They would like to exclude any Amazon,
any Amazon and any Amazon click activity evidence? Of course you would. Listen, I don't want you to know that months before the murder, my client bought the exact murder weapon, sheath, and sharpener that he can't account for and then looked for it post-murders to replace the one he ditched. Okay, sure.
But listen, hey, look at this. Look at his CV below. Like, I was reading his qualifications, and it talks about a scope review that he was supposed to look at the clickstream and purchase records. I think it's page 8. If you go down. So it says he's supposed to look at the Amazon clickstream and purchase records, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then it also says in here, hold on. B, my expert opinion is that click data as presented is only surface level. It's surface level. We understand that. It's about what you buy. So, I mean, I don't get this. Like, nice try, Anne. If he didn't purchase it, I think this guy would be great, right? Or does it say Amazon synchronizes user activity across multiple devices and platforms? Yeah, from phone, laptop, smart TV. Yeah, cross-device tracking influence.
Profile,
yeah. Wow. If the data provided does not include metadata or logs, multiple devices, by the user. They can distinguish between them. It just talks about kind of things that are bought together.
Customers also bought based on
So,
past behavior and similarity clustering. Yeah.
so what's his? So this is my question. What is his opinion if he's reviewed? If he's reviewed both the purchase history and the click activity, it's like, is he saying he agrees with the purchase, but disagrees how they got to that point because they're saying it was influenced by AI bots and advertising? What word are we coming to?
I'm not sure.
I know, but like that's what my thinking from Anne is like. You got to review all this information, then you're not denying the fact that it was bought.
Right. No, she's not.
And this is where I think that they would bring in possibly Kohberger's family and they say, did you purchase this? Did you purchase this? This is a way to introduce it.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to see his CV because I was curious about him. Like, what all did you, one thing I've learned a lot is like what's provided to witnesses is important as well, and what we're not saying. And we're only wanting to talk click activity, not purchase activity with Anne. It's horseshit, okay? I
Okay.
don't like it.
All right. I'm going to read one more. Yeah. Did you purchase this with Bryan credits card? Did you buy this? Did you buy this with Bryan's credit card? Do you no longer have it anymore? Have you ever seen it? Like, what are you like? Come on, you guys. No, I haven't, Medusa. She does, Vicstar. He cherry picked a cable. You're cherry picking. You're leaving out the burr spray. Okay.
With the bear spray.
Yeah, you left out the burr spray. Family, because they could highlight. Not if they're the ones who gave it in, but they could try. It wouldn't go good because there's a digital footprint for everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, here is the defendant's reply to the state's objection to the inconclusive data. Inconclusive, which is about the other DNAs, guys. Woo, there's so much. Okay, so this is the state's objection to Kohberger's motion to limit the admission of the inconclusive data obtained from item Q13.1, which is where they found that DNA, guys, not completely exclude it. So Kohberger filed his objection to this evidence based on the questions and answers elicited by the state during the testimony of Jade Miller in relationship to the Q13.1 DNA test's results. As the state concedes, multiple comparisons of multiple individuals to this data rendered inconclusive data, including for Jack Decor, CB?
Yeah, I think people are thinking that is one of the grub truck workers.
Okay.
Because they say I think they spell his name out somewhere else. But I don't know if it's in this document or I've seen it somewhere else.
As the state concedes, multiple comparisons of multiple individuals to this data rendered inconclusive data, including for Jack, CB, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Bethany Funk, and Bryan Kohberger. Miller testified at the grand jury, consistently with her report, redacted. She explained this statement, redacted. The important language from that statement is one way or the other, whether someone is a contributor. Much as with the motion in limine number 6, to try to take this opinion further, as the state wants, would be speculative and improper testimony by any expert. And as with the opinion regarding with how and when of the presence of DNA on Q1.1, testimony beyond what is stated in the report would be replacing the scientifically supported opinion of Miller, written in her report and reviewed by her colleagues, and consistent with her lab protocols, into the realm of speculative, misleading, and confusing opinion. The state's own papers show the problem with going beyond the state opinion in the report when it asserts that the court should not exclude the lab analyst's finding that defendant could not be excluded as a contributor from Q13.1. Nothing in the lab report supports such a conclusion or opinion, and nowhere in the state's disclosure has the state proffered the opinion that Miller intends to testify that Kohberger cannot be excluded from this sample. As Miller testified in the grand jury, none of our business. The plain and clear understanding of the word inconclusive is that one cannot draw a conclusion. Here, the state apparently intends to proffer the undisclosed opinion that despite this testimony and the language of the report, that Miller has concluded that Kohberger cannot be excluded. The state has proffered no scientific basis for such an opinion. Pause real quick. I don't like her arguments, like saying that basically you can't say Kohberger cannot be excluded because, hey, if you want to get up there and question, hey, can Jack be excluded? No. Okay, then go ahead. But to say you can't mention that Kohberger cannot be excluded isn't right.
Right.
So this testimony would lead the jury to be confused. What?
And I think it's important too that, like, with that is that you'd have to compare the validation set for the data. What if whoever the defense got to test that other unknown DNA,
Mm-hmm.
if that was done by a laboratory that has a different set of validation, qualifications, and it's not going to be the same as ISP, so maybe they were able to rule that they were able to come to a conclusion differently based on that validation data. I think most important is what ISP has as a standard, though.
Right.
If they can't meet that, then it's like tough luck. I mean,
Tough luck, yeah.
but even the state said that they provided that information to the grand jury because it is exculpatory to them. Sorry, you know what I mean? It's inculpatory to them.
Well, they did test the blood schedule. Oh, you mean put it into the... They tested... Well, they didn't put it into the system. But...
That's a very low amount of...
Yes.
Of blood, yeah.
I see what you're saying, though, but they kind of are arguing it, to be fair. So it says this testimony would lead to jury confusion, which I think that they should have anyway, too. I don't disagree with that. This testimony would lead to jury confusion, and it's misleading and would prejudice Mr. Kohberger. I don't know. Especially in light of the very late disclosure of this new opinion. As Miller testified, there simply is not enough information to conclude either way if any of the individuals who fell in the inconclusive range could be a contributor. Then she could testify to exactly that. There's not enough information to exclude him or include him. I can't either, There is a reason that the lab has an inconclusive range, which is that the data does not allow interpretation. Cross-examination of Miller on this topic would be extensive and take substantial court time. Nah. It is so important. Sorry, but what this expert would be testifying to is super important.
Right.
Mr. Kohberger's fear that even an inconclusive opinion would mislead a jury to believe and conclude that he could be included. He can be. Prompted additional and independent lab testing. Through additional testing, the limited state opinion of inconclusiveness will be confronted with the fact that a defense expert will testify that he is indeed excluded. Mr. Kohberger's motion to limit the testimony of Miller regarding item Q13.1 should be granted, allowing the state to proffer at this late date a brand new opinion that contradicts that only the written report, but Miller's grand jury testimony would violate Kohberger's right to due process and right to competent counsel. The court should limit this testimony to avoid prejudice to Kohberger. What are your thoughts about that?
I just don't even know anymore. I feel like there's like no win here. I I think that if information can be provided that is inculpatory for Bryan, then they need to come to an agreement on how that can be presented.
Right.
And I don't feel like that the defense trusts that it will, one, resonate with the jury well, whether that's to interpret it, or they know that it would just be a battle of the experts, and that's okay. That can happen too in court. But
Mhm.
I think, of course, like all lawyers want to be on the more favorable side of what their evidence is, and I just don't think Anne has that.
No.
And that's just kind of where it's just like how we saw that exhibit thing, Melissa, where it's like, to scale, not to scale. Like, well, okay, what do you want?
Right, right. What do you want? Like, and those emails showed that they tried to figure this out before all these states' objections, right? Well, all this back and forth objections. And it's like, what can we do? We just want to make this easier for the jury. So, what can we do to make it fit your criteria? And she's like, I'm just not liking it. So, I'm going to go forward with an objection. And it's like, wait, so there's nothing we could do to meet your standards so it's presentable and we could use it? No.
Right. I found it, as I was kind of going back through, because I like how like the new filing system is on the Idaho case of interest site. I like started back at 2022 and like worked my way forward of like clicking through and reading through documents, and just the trend always that I noticed with Anne specifically, it's like she's constantly pointing out how much information is out there. And I have a lot of sentiment like or towards that, like, and I could understand that's vast, but it seems like there's a lot of complaints and not a lot of action like to move forward if it doesn't go in her way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's been going on for 2 years of the same stuff.
I feel like this worked while we had a gag order. The gag order is still in place, but I'm saying with the gag order and with
Hmm.
2 years of being so limited and having a seal on everything, what
Right.
she was doing worked to her advantage. Now that we're peeling back the onion and little layer by little layers coming out, it's no longer going to work. Well, let me rephrase that. It was never working in the system. It was working in the court of public opinion. But now that the layer is being peeled back and we're getting some answers, right?
Right.
I see it for what it is. It's smoke and mirrors, which this is exactly what she should be doing. She's doing a great job. Kick and fight and scream all the way. But the evidence is the evidence so far, and it's looking really damning for Kohberger.
Yeah, I think that you know I feel like because of the gag order, so many people have been just living on like what little words that would or things that would deviate from facts that we knew before on each like prosecution and defense. So I love to see we're at the point where some information is being able to be released that gives it more context, because I do think that both sides have been, somewhat a little bit elaborate, or I don't know. I don't think the state's been perfect. I think they have things
No,
that they
they
need to
haven't.
tailor up, like they need to like fix before the trial, because I don't want it to sound like that. But I think there's been times where they both kind of showboated a little bit more than what was really there. And we're finding that out now.
What do you think the state has showboated with?
I think that the state, okay, so I think one of the things that has really bothered me with the state has been with the AT&T warrants and the information that we got up until now has been really important. But there's been a lot of things that were sealed, and I just didn't really feel comfortable coming out of last summer's hearings believing that they were able to like turn everything over. Because they even had like a file. I remember who was it that was on the witness stand? Was it Mowry? Maybe not. I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the forensics guys. Anyways, they had like reports. They had reports and files in their emails that they did not find, and they were like late to disclose, and it was stuff that Ian was looking for. And I know that stuff's going to happen on both sides, but it was just like one of those moments because it was a hearing that it was like this gotcha moment, and it made me really nervous because it had been something she had been complaining about a lot, and knowing that Bryan's phone was off the network at that time, I feel like every bit of that information and tracking him up until then was really crucial. So that part has made me nervous. I feel a little bit better now, but I really think that they need to be tight on that. Like if you're not going to be able to show obviously, you know, where he is during the time of the crime, like, and they're making the assumption that you turn off the phone, that that's like a behavior that people do. I think they also got to be able to show patterns of behavior prior. And I think they will, but sometimes they miss the opportunity.
Well, but now we're seeing 23 times he was driving in that area, pinging from those. Do you think that they will? We just haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think that they'll show it. I think it'll just be like between two expert witnesses and whatever the jury decides. I think prior I felt just a little bit uncomfortable because they were having a hard time finding reports and they were finally able to find them. That I hope that they don't have anything like that happen again, because that piece of information is crucial, especially when that's what the defense is fighting for the most. Because they're looking for anything to get Bryan off.
Their alibi is going, they are hanging up on the phone.
Yeah, that's why it's so big.
Yeah. But what I think is going to screw them is being caught on the cameras. The fact that, okay, not every camera is going to be able to prove 100% it's his, but like we read in the documents, you can prove on certain cameras it's him, it's his vehicle. And so the path of travel that he's taken, you expect in 2 minutes, it takes a time for this car caught, we know it's his car caught here, to travel to the next spot it's caught, and perfectly 2 minutes passes, and that's the car that we can't say 100% it's his, but it makes sense in the perfect time it takes to travel from here to here. And we do know that his car was traveling behind this truck, and we're able to verify it's his car. And then when it shows up 2 minutes later, bam, are we to believe that this car following this truck perfectly in the amount of time that should elapse is not his vehicle? So I think that defense is going to try to desperately prove, even though his phone is disconnected from the network, he was not there. But I think what is going to screw them is the footage captured of what is, we know, his vehicle. But, like, they're going to pick and choose which ones. Like, you could only prove this is his vehicle. How do you know he didn't make a left on Walenta versus the right? Like that type of shit.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think it's coming it's coming together better. I feel better. But
It's
if you
coming
ask me like
together.
yeah, if you ask me what I was hung up on back then, that was like the hardest thing for me. Like I felt like
Right.
they needed to be really, really clear when it came to the phone.
Yeah.
And I feel better seeing some of the certifications, but
I feel
um
better seeing those and the affidavits from AT&T saying we did not provide timing records for this phone. It went past the 7 days. We did not keep it. Here's our signed affidavit, multiple of them.
mhm.
That's not
Well,
the FBI. That's not law enforcement. That's AT&T. It does not exist. You keep demanding it exists. It doesn't. And we've heard Ann do this with multiple things from day one.
yeah. And I mean, you
Right.
gotta, and I think people, if you followed or know anything about the Valo Daybell case, like
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
FBI Special Agent McBalance, he is the one that's the member of the FBI casting. This is the one that Anne wants off. This is the one I said I was worried about. I wanted to make sure all the reports got there because, I mean, Melissa, do you want to explain how amazing he was in this one? Because I know how well you followed it.
They essentially, through the cast data, were able to put Alex Cox at Chad Daybell's multiple times at the location that all of these deaths occurred, and even able to determine when his phone disconnected from the network, and how far distance he would, similar to like this situation, like how far away he was from Chad's house. And they were able to locate the children's bodies based on his cast report, and likely where in Chad's yard the bodies were buried. And if he was held accountable and still alive and went to trial, I'm very curious what his trial would have looked like and how detailed that we would have gotten. But they got pretty detailed just during Chad and Lori's alone, more so Chad's because it was Chad's residence. But they were able to put him in Chad's house when well, not Chad's house. That was the night that it disconnected when Tammy was killed. But everything else, they were able to put him right there, right in the yard, right there.
And guys, earlier when we went over the expert testimony, they were talking about how Balance used GAR, a Gladiator autonomous receiver. And I just pulled up something from the Daybell trial, and it said that Balance looked at cell detail records from several phones, used Google location history for this case. Google location services provided Balance with the general location of a cell phone. Balance used GAR to obtain raw measurements that map out cell phone towers. And so he's taking same approach with different data set on this one, and he was an all-star witness.
Yeah.
A lot of people talked
There's
about
a
how
reason
big that
he
was.
wants him off. That's why we keep hearing balance, essay balance, because he's great at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Alicia.
All right, girl.
Wait, is Idaho allowed to ask questions?
Is Idaho?
I don't think Idaho's allowed to ask questions.
I don't think so.
I don't remember any questions in Lori or Chad's.
It was Indiana was when we had Delphi.
And so with Colorado too. I wish every state allowed jury questions. What a difference it makes. And I love when you're watching the trial, you can gauge where the jury's at by the questions they're having. And some jurors' questions are phenomenal. There have been times where I heard a jury question, I'm like, wow, I didn't even think of that. That's a great question. And how can you not allow them to? The jury should always be able to ask questions. If they don't fucking understand something, why wouldn't you allow them to ask a question?
Yeah, this says Idaho Criminal Rule 30.1 jury questioning a witness. The court may instruct jurors that they are individually permitted to submit to the court a written question directed to any witness. If questions are submitted, the parties or counsel must be given the opportunity to object to the questions outside the presence of the jury. And that was adopted in February 2017 and effective July 1 of 2017. So they're able to. That's interesting, Melissa.
Say that they're allowed to?
Yeah, they're allowed to. That's what I just read. This is the court may instruct jurors. The court says, and this is under criminal law. I was on Idaho Idaho Judicial Branch. Yeah.
Okay, well, Lottie fucking up. That's great. That's great. I'm so happy.
I actually like that in the Delphi one. I just wish we could have watched it.
Dude, we know nothing. We know nothing about how everything really went down in Delphi. I do not like having to rely on people's perceptions of the evidence at trial to relay it to us. That's so unfair.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't remember Harlot, but Lori's was going on during Letitia, and I was so invested in Letitia. And Lori's was the audio delayed that came out, and so I would have to go to bed listening to it. And I honestly missed a lot because I was so invested in Tisha's.
And I think they just approved they're going to do in camera for Idaho. I know, right?
Yeah. No, as of now, we should have eyes in the courtroom. And I don't care if it's delayed. That's fine. Just transparency. They have to have transparency in this case. But I really like Hippler. I'm down with him. And everything, because I saw someone ask earlier, the motion in limines, this is fighting what evidence is going to be admitted in trial. That's not going to be fought at trial. Judge Hippler is trying to get all of this done. So when trial starts, they don't need to stop and have a bunch of, because you have to remember, they can't argue in front of the jury. That means they have to excuse the jury every time, have the jury leave the courtroom, then make the arguments, then let the jury back in. They're not trying to waste court's time. So these motion and limines are a bunch of back and forth of, hey, I want the Amazon clicks thrown out. State response, no, you can't get the Amazon clicks thrown out. This is why. This is my argument. And ultimately, Judge Hippler will make his choice on every single. That's why we're like, it feels like we're repeating a lot. Let's say just the 911 call. The defense is making their argument, their motion in limine. State responds. Defense responds to the state's response. State responds to the defense's response to the state responds to the defense's motion. Like it's a bump, 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 bump. And ultimately, the judge is going to decide. So when we walk into trial, all of this is already determined. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. There's still going to be arguments, but a lot of this has already been decided.
Right.
So I guess we'll see. We'll have to do our next part and continue. And we still didn't even catch up with all of the ones last time. But we have to go for the ones that it's like it's out there already, man. Like it's so much. And I'm like, my brain can't process all this. I still can't process all of this.
I'm right there with you. Our mind's just going. It's just more and more every day.
I know. But we'll be back on soon. And we'll continue to go through these and see what we feel. And hopefully there will be more and we'll never catch up, but that's okay. That's okay.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow. So have a wonderful night.